hold on. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. We're back. We're back again. Another day, another dollar. Let's see. Before I get started, looks like I have some YouTube comments. Hey, good morning, Amanian. Man, you're always like the first one here, dude. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Kurtz. I guess I'll call you Kurtz. I've been trying to think of the way to say your username, and I haven't come up with a better way to say it than just Kurtz. So that's what I'm going to settle on. Good morning. Good morning, sweetheart. Good to see you. Ilmani, I'm going to work on my project. Nice. Well, I'm going to work on some Rustlings. I think I'm like almost halfway through with Rustlings. And after yesterday's struggle of trying to figure out async Rust, I feel like I have some more learning to do. Don't know how to say it either. It's a throwaway account with YouTube Premium. Oh, nice. Here, we can figure this out real quick. Let's see what SpeakerBot says. One sec. Let's see what SpeakerBot says. What was your name? CKRRTS. Also, do you think YouTube Premium's worth it?
You say it like Kurtz.
Kurtz. I'm just gonna call you Kurtz. Kurtz. That was so aggressive.
You say it like Kurtz.
Oh, now you said it differently.
You say it like Kurtz.
Ah. Yeah, it's less annoying. Well, that's good. Got it for like €2. Is that €2? Is that what that is? That was funny. It said it euros. Okay, yeah. He said it 3 times, and he said it 3 different ways every time. So funny. Hold on. Uh-oh. I accidentally woke up my wife this morning. Usually I'm pretty good about not waking her up, but I think this morning I accidentally left one of my phones in the room and the alarm went off and woke her up. Yeah, it was definitely an aggressive one. The very first time he said it was an aggressive one. Sorry, I'm gonna finish answering these comments. All right, I think I might be in trouble. I honestly don't know. I said I was sorry. Yeah, I think I am. I think she's annoyed, which I would be too. I mean, I understand. R.I.P. Good morning, Crow of Demise. Good to see you. What up, Butterscotch? How you doing? All right. Rustlings it is. Good morning, Crow of Demise. Good to see you. Good morning, Butterscotch. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. Nice. Lurk away, my friend. I also added, I built a stream commands web page too, so now I think you can do commands and it will actually link you. It should link you to a place where you can go and see the commands. Oh God. I thought it did. Hold on. Always, bro. Gotta say good morning. Well, I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. I guess I don't have that set up. I can do text to speech here. You should be able to with channel points. Sorry, I think that command is actually busted. Yeah, hold on. I just have it set to the wrong. It's currently set to be triggered by YouTube. All right, there you go. Now it's better. Let me try again. Commands. There you go. Coffee fart. Help and command should both trigger the commands link, which should take you to a web page that looks like this, that just kind of details out the things you can do with commands. And then on Twitch, you can do some special stuff. On Twitch, you can redeem reward channel points for certain rewards, and one of them is text to speech. Yeah. So that should be, hopefully that's helpful to some people in the future, or at least new people. I mean, I know like I have a couple chatters who are pretty helpful about when people ask questions, they'll like use the commands to help answer people's questions, which is always really nice because I know some people know they see the question before I do. So, hey Blackfire, good to see you, man. Thanks for showing up on Twitch for us. Appreciate that. You and Albanian are holding it down for us. We appreciate you over there. It's not like my phone didn't charge last night either. All right, we're gonna do rustlings today. I think pretty much all morning we're just gonna hammer away on the rustling exercises. Clearly, my struggle with figuring out async rust yesterday kind of is a clear indication I'm not quite there yet, but I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I do not want Rust to be a mystery to me. That's my I may not be the expert at it, but I don't want it to be like magic. And ownership now, I feel like I have a better handle on ownership. So I'm just gonna keep plowing away. Good morning, smashed them. Also, Big J's Faith, that is a wonderful Twitch username. That means technically you can have a bot that reads YouTube chats and types them on Twitch, and a YouTube bot that types the chats on Twitch. Yes, that's how a streamer bot allows you to set it up. Is you can have two different like accounts. You can have an account for streaming, and then you can have a bot account. So that's the way I set it up. I got a question for the experienced people. Well, fire away, Kurtz. Blackfire, when do you plan on adding themes to Zoe? I will probably do that. That will probably be something that happens after I get it to a place where I can actually publish it. That to me that seems kind of like a nice to have feature, but I'll definitely add it. I still have a ways to go, but I'll definitely add it. Steven, you should look at blank for background music. Highly recommend. Hey, Butterscotch, will you repost that, but like replace the dots with spaces because Twitch did not like your dots. It stripped them out. I think it thought it was a link, so it said no. Good morning, Dakar. Did Kadar code? Good morning. Good morning. You can have Twitch chat show here, is what I mean, and YouTube chats appear on Twitch. Oh, yes, that is, somebody else had suggested that. I haven't gotten around to actually thinking about how I would implement that, but yeah, that is something you can do. Kurtz, I'm trying to learn programming languages by doing projects, but how do you guys know which components and libraries you need beforehand, or how to start in general? You literally, or in my experience, I don't want to speak for everybody. In my experience, you literally just start, and you Google and you ask the questions of like, oh, I want to do like, here's a good example with Iced. It was like, oh, from, I want to load a file from disk, and I want to use the native file picker. How do I do that? And I just literally stuck that into Google, you know, and then RFD comes up. That's been my experience. Is like you don't know what you don't know, and so then you just have to start asking questions and go sleuthing. And then over time you build up a little bit of an encyclopedia of like, oh, if I want to do testing in JavaScript, then I'm going to use Vite, and if I want to mock HTTP calls, then I'm going to use the mock service worker package, and in .NET, if I'm going to do um, if I want custom fluent assertions, I'm going to use awesome assertions. If you know what I mean, like you just build up this library over time. I don't think there's really another way to do it. Blackfire, cool. I saw it in the code. I read a bit of after you ended the stream last night. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna work on it more. I just think I need to stick with Rustlings for a little bit longer, to get a better handle on async Rust. And I'm probably gonna do some research off stream as far as how do I migrate my current iced application to handle asynchronous tasks. Because right now I don't know if I quite have it configured correctly to do that, and I think I need to do some reading. Amba, hi, good evening. I missed your live yesterday because of office work. Well, I mean, I know you guys have lives, so that's okay. but boo office work. Kurt, it's not a problem in small projects. Flow Tunes app, okay. Smash them, thank you, sir. I got the name Smash because my hands are so big I can lay a fork down, punch it, and make it flat. Dude, that's so nickname Smash, nice. Well, I guess that's what many years of being a mechanic will do for you, right? Good morning, Almighty. Good to see you. Crow of Demise. I'd assume you'd basically like have a delay and the bot would read the chats and do user 123 on Twitch, said bananas. Some computer magic. Yeah. Blackfire, what oh my posh theme do you use? It's mostly the Agnoster theme with some slight customization. So if you type exclamation point oh my posh or exclamation point OMP, you can see what my configs, or you'll get a link to my configs. Kirk, thank you. Of course, yeah, man. I know it's not like I know that's not like a super easy or like super sophisticated answer, right? It's like, well, how do I know what component libraries to use? And then my answer is, well, you don't. You just search for them. But that's literally how it works. You know, like you don't know about packages until you use them for the first time. But over time, you sort of then build up like this library of packages that you like to use and you know about using and you have experience with using, and you just build on that. Have a good sleep, Crow Demise. Yeah, man. No worries at all. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Appreciate you. I hope the morning goes amazing as well. All right. Rustlings it is. Rustlings it is. I gotta blow my nose real quick. My kids brought home some nasty bug from school. Oh yeah. What? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. We cannot find your rustlings. That's because I'm in the wrong place. Oh, I'm also in the wrong place over here too. I had the Notepad app on the mind. Kurt, yes, I understand. Any project ideas? I'm not the greatest at project ideas. Usually these days I'll usually rely on AI to help me brainstorm some projects. Most of the projects ideas that I have are related to a problem that I need solved. Like for example, I showed you guys this thing. This is the thing I built yesterday, right? Again, this is a really small, simple static web app, but it's another chance to kind of exercise and flex, some of your skills. And this was all just because my problem was I needed a way to display all the commands for my stream. So how do I use code to solve that?
Did we
Right?
just become best friends?
So I mean that's where a lot of my ideas come from. Iki, I- Ikimi, Ikimis, yeah, Ikimis. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Like I built last year. I built a background removal tool. I built a tool to help me make shorts content easier from streams. Uh, what else? I built a library to help me do dependency injection easier in Hano. I mean, basically a lot of my projects are just scratching my own itch, for lack of a better word. So maybe if there's some things in your life that you can think of that you're constantly wishing you had or could do differently or had a better experience, right? And use that as inspiration. Damn, don't care. That's a goated username. You keep showing up in my shorts. I love your clips. Oh, fantastic. Well, I hope I don't show up. I hope YouTube isn't pushing me too aggressively in your feed. But I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Hopefully I'm not too annoying. I can be repetitive at times, because like what I think is what I think, so I tend to just repeat myself quite a bit. But thank you for stopping by and let me know. Appreciate that, man. But recently I got to know my favorite browser using Rust. It's called Brave Browser to shield from ads and trackers. Yeah, I've heard of Brave Browser, but I didn't know it was built using Rust, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know a lot of privacy-minded folks like Brave. Well, I'm on Windows 11, so I don't think I can claim to be privacy-minded at all. I think if I claimed to be privacy-minded, chat would light me up. They'd be like, "Okay, Windows boy." I think even some of the Linux kernel is moving to Rust. Yeah, isn't there some Rust code in the kernel? I think I saw a YouTube video about that. It's pretty cool. But Butterscotch, yes, use Arch. I'm making my way over there, okay? Don't rush me. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there, I promise. Uh, no, don't go that way. Oh no. Which which way should I go, chat? Which way should I go? I think I do think though, like how you guys said like Linux adopted support for Rust, and I think Microsoft has talked about how they're using Rust more, or are using some Rust in some of their OS development. I kind of feel though like Rust kind of fell off though a little bit in popularity. Is that just my perception, or do you guys have a similar feeling too? We're on errors. How is JetBrains IDE for Rust? I don't know, DigiArt Passion. I'm really new to Rust. Like literally, this is my like 14th day writing Rust. So I've never used the JetBrains IDE, but I have used JetBrains IDEs for JavaScript. I've used WebStorm, and I've also used Writer, their C Sharp IDE. and both are lovely products. So I would guess the Rust IDE is no different. The JetBrains folks make really good tools. 2026 is the year of Linux desktop. It seems like it. I think this is the first time. So one of the podcasts I listen to quite a bit is called the Vergecast, and I've heard Linux said more on that podcast in the last 6 months than I've ever heard it anywhere else. So it seems like Linux is more of entering the zeitgeist. I think the trick is, will people have the patience to deal with all the Linuxness? Lars, Z is really good for Rust. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. And that makes sense, right? Because Z is built with Rust, so that's good. Rust Rover. Yeah, I think that's the name of the JetBrains product. Blackfire. With inspo from yesterday, I'm now customizing my terminal. Oh man, that's so much fun. It's so much fun tinkering with your terminal to get it just the way you like it. It's there's nothing better. Nothing better, man. Was that a public repository for Rustling, or did you make that? It is. Somebody else made it. Somebody made it as an accompaniment to the Rust book. So I can link it in chat for you. But yeah, it's definitely not mine. I pushed up my own version of it as I'm completing the solution, but it's rustlings.rustling.org. And I'll stick that in the chat for you. There you go. Put that in the chat for you. Ivory Con Rust kind of lost the hype train because it's safe, but the speed isn't that different. Oh, interesting. So the safety really wasn't worth the trade-off, huh? I thought there was some drama around like the Rust Foundation. I thought something about the use of their logo or trademark or something. I remember some drama around that like in 2023 or 2024. Linux will never go mainstream. It won't go mainstream as long as it remains as tedious to work with as it is today. People coming to Linux, especially Windows, are in for a nasty surprise. Oh boy, how exciting that! How excited that makes me feel. Particularly Arch, we moved from using Mint to Arch in our university computer labs. Nice. That's pretty cool that your university has you guys running Linux. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. There are distros that goal is to be Windows refugee camps, but I feel that goes against why people would want to use Linux in the first place. I don't know. I feel like that's a good alternative. I mean, I think most people want a computer that just works. It just does the things, the basic things, and it just works. It's easier to use than Windows. I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with that. Unless you go towards Arch and other things. Butterscotch, Rust is memory safe, right? I think it's mostly memory safe, unless you do unsafe things. I think you can still do some unsafe. I think there's some hacky ways to get around the compiler time checks, where you can basically do some of the, just like you can in TypeScript, or not. It's not exactly like you can do in TypeScript, but it's kind of like what you can do with TypeScript, where you just slap an any on it, right? And then you bypass the compiler check. It seems like there's some tricks in Rust that move some of the checks that normally would be performed at compile time to runtime, but it's something you have to like explicitly do as the programmer. So you're basically saying like, I know better, which oftentimes feels like the wrong thing to do in every case. But yeah, I think that's its biggest advertised feature, is that it's memory safe because of the way it does memory management is through something called ownership. Yeah. They want to save money by using Linux in schools and colleges. Not a bad idea, man. I think it's a great idea. Damn, don't care. I feel like the Linuxy in Linux is not even really that bothersome for most use cases. The primary reason Linux is so unpopular is because every laptop and PC just comes with Windows pre-installed. It's not a bad. That's not a bad take.
I'd like to say something.
There's a text outside of border in the command website in mobile.
No. Hey, Elmani, would you mind taking a screenshot and sending that to Discord? Or you can log it on the repo. The repo's on GitHub, on my GitHub. Log it as an issue. Thank you very much for looking at it, though. I can't believe you used your text-to-speech thing to report a bug. I guess my screen isn't probably narrow enough to see it. Maybe I need to zoom in more. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind taking a screenshot, that would be most helpful. Thank you, sir. Threatened 6? Why are you sad? It's an interesting way to enter chat. Immediate sad face. I can see some schools getting hacked when they first get Linux set up. Maybe. Butterscotch. I'm writing C++ nowadays, building an in-memory database as an academic project. That's cool. That sounds very cool, man. I've never written any database code, so you're ahead of me there. Let's see, this says this function shouldn't always return an OK. Read the test below to clarify what it should return. Okay. So it looks like Butterscotch. Vertical format feels very claustrophobic, not gonna lie. I feel you, man. I feel you. But until YouTube decides to somehow help me grow my channel without being in the shorts feed, I'm not sure what to do. I feel like I'm kind of stuck here in shorts land. But on Twitch, you can watch horizontally if you want. This year, my company is going to hire a senior Rust consultant. Nice, nice. Sounds like a good way to make some money. All right, so this should do this. If value, Copilot, if value is less than 0, we want to do a different thing, and if it isn't, then we return this. This will be error creation error negative. Oh, and there should be another case, which is else if value equals 0. And we return expected semicolon. Is this not how you do an else if in Rust? This should be one statement, right? There's only one of these branches should ever get executed. Am I wrong? So why is it unhappy? Don't need the brackets. You forgot a closing. Did I? Oh, yep, sorry. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Well, we know we're in for a long ride when I can't write an else if statement correctly. Rusting we go. I had something to say about Matt should do here. Oh, I guess I could redo it with match, huh? Yeah, I guess I could do that. I'll leave it the way it is for now. I'll just move forward. I had something to say about the Windows thing. Somebody said, "Good morning, Oblivion. Thank you for helping me figure out my syntax error." I had something to say about somebody said something about Windows. Oh yeah, because Windows comes pre-installed on PCs. I feel like that is true, right? It's always hard when you want to offer something that's different than what people are used to. But I do think there is something about Linux being a little bit harder to deal with than Windows. Just gonna say, from my limited experience, I do think there's some truism there. Butterscotch match, is it like switch statement? Yeah, it's like it's way to pattern match. Yeah. Yeah, what you said, Butterscotch. Good morning, Voltaire. Good morning, good morning. Appreciate the prime that you sent through yesterday. Thank you very much. Let's see, this exercise is an altered version of the errors for exercise. It uses some concepts that we don't get to until later in the course, like box and the from trait. It's not important to understand them in detail right now, but you can read ahead if you like. For now, think of the box type as I want anything that does question mark. In short, in this particular use case for boxes is for when you want to own a value and you care that it is a type which implements a particular trait. Oh, okay. Interesting. To do so, the box is declared as of type box dynamic trait, where trait is the trait the compiler looks for on any value used in that context. For this exercise, that context is the potential errors which can be returned in a result. Okay, so this is like declaring that you take something. Yeah, it's like declaring that you take a thing that implements a particular interface. Let's see, add the correct return type results box. What can we use to describe both errors? Is there a trait which both errors implement? Is there a trait where both errors implement? So we have creation error, right? And we have positive non-zero integer error, and both implement partial equal. So maybe we could do that. Oh no, that's wait, what? I guess maybe both implement the error trait? Is that what I'm taking away from this? So we could do result, unit, error. Like that. Yeah. That's kind of nice. So this is basically saying I don't really care about the concrete type of this thing. I just care that the thing that's in this box implements the error trait, is what I'm saying. I think that's just the terminal being funky. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I'm glad I know about that. So why can't you just question for those who are Rust code guy? As per you, what's the right way to learn something? So I've talked about this. I basically come up with two versions of learning, or I've come up with some language to describe the ways I learn in two different ways. There's push-based learning, which is I go somewhere to a particular curriculum where the structure of the learning is well defined and curated by somebody else, and they're basically pushing the information to me. Is the way I'm describing it. So this would be like doing free code camp, or doing a course on Pluralsight, or watching some long YouTube tutorial. And then there's another style of learning that I also think can be very helpful, which is more of a pull style, which is more akin to like project-based learning, where you decide you want to do something. It's almost like kind of like starting a business. It exactly describes what starting a business is like. You decide you want to do something. You don't have any of the information necessary to do it. Nobody ever does. You don't have all the answers. And so then in the course of doing said thing, you're presented with problems and you don't have the prerequisite information, which means you have to go look it up, right? You got to go to the library, go to Google, ask a friend, talk to your folks, whatever it is, to acquire the knowledge to get you over the problem. And then you just repeat that cycle. So that's more of like a pull, where you're going to seek out information, but it's in a very disorganized, just in time nature. And I think there's value to both styles. And I think it just depends on like what your situation is and how you want to approach things and what works better for you. Chris, is this generics? I don't think it's exactly like generics, but I think that's basically what's happening here, is some version of Rust generics. We haven't gotten to generics yet in the Rustlings exercises. Blackfire, is the NeoVim syntax highlighting part of the NeoVim configs or some base NeoVim feature? It's part of my NeoVim configs. You've got to wire that stuff up. A friend just shared with me a company that's selling PCs with Linux. Look up Tuxedo PCs. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what Butterscotch said, Blackfire. Tree sitter will be your friend for the syntax highlighting. Do you guys think Windows file system don't have a good structure compared to Linux? I don't know the details. I don't know how they differ. For me, they're just files and folders, and I don't really notice a difference. But maybe there's a difference in the implementation. I'd say I'm 90% pull based. Stupid tot. Or no, self taught, sorry. Stupid autocomplete. Yeah, stupid tot. That's not a bad way to put it either. Yeah. I think a lot of people are self taught that way. I heard that Windows loads the entire file system into memory on startup. Oh, wow. That seems like it could be problematic for a lot of reasons. Yeah. No, not terribly efficient, but I guess, I don't know, somebody along the way decided it was a good idea. All right. Using catch-all error types like box, dine, error isn't recommended for library code where callers might want to make decisions based on the error content instead of printing it out or propagating it further. Here we define a custom error type to make it possible for callers to decide what to do next when our function returns an error. Okay, a custom error type that we will be using in positive non-zero integer, parse. Parse pos non-zero error creation parse int. So this is an enum that has a creation and a parse int member or members, and then each of those members takes in a creation error and a parse int error. And then we can create a parse pos non-zero error from creation, or add another error conversion function here. Okay. So I think what it's wanting me to do is something like this. Give me an error of type parse int error and return to me a self parse error, like that. Okay. And then change this to return an appropriate error instead of panicking when parse returns an error. So here parse is just being unwrapped, right? So we have self new, and then we map this. So I think we're basically going to do the same thing here, only now instead of calling parse from creation error, we'll do parse from parse int error. So instead of unwrapping, I'll never be able to forget that the unwrap keyword killed Cloudflare. I'll forever remember. Okay, and then we'll do parse non-zero from, and then we pass in the error. I guess we just do this. Okay, so why are you mad? Okay, so this needs to be written differently then, huh? I wonder, could this all be chained? Like, can we chain this all together? So let's do sparse dot map. Not exactly sure how this. So if self.error, no, parse I think this will work. I don't know. Mismatch types. So I guess the way I thought this worked was we try to parse it. If we can't parse it, then we return the error based on the method we passed here. And then now I have the value. But I guess I can't do that? Huh. Or maybe I don't need this one. Huh. I guess I don't understand. I don't understand what map error does. Problem isn't the unwrap. It at least nailed
Kelsey
where the...
Freeborn 4063 says me either.
Good morning, honey. Sorry I woke you up. Can you explain to me what map error does in Rust? My thought is map error basically returns you the result, or it transforms the error. Huh. Okay. So then why, if I'm here and I do map error and I do parse non-zero from parse int, oh, because it wants a result is what it wants, but it wants this specific error. And what this is handing back is not that. What this is handing back is the actual value, right? Or am I crazy? Why does it say result unknown? Huh. I don't understand. I'm so confused. I don't understand what to do here. Oh, I didn't freaking yank it to the right place. Explain to me like I am a toddler. Voltaire, I'll move to Twitch is too hard to read through chat on vertical. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, good morning, Artwork Studio. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Making a CS2 game. What's CS2? Misharihil, good to see you. Sorry I missed your message. Have you heard the news about Astro's acquisition by Cloudflare? I have heard the news. Yeah, I think that's going to continue. I mean, Bun kind of set the precedent, you know. I think Dino will probably be the next logical one to be acquired. Yeah, I mean, none of these developer tools really have a path to profitability on their own. They're going to have to be part of some other organization. The solution, using your words. We want to be big kids. If the computer can't read the number, we don't want it to scream. Change the outfit. The mistake comes from wearing a parse int error outfit, but your function only allows a parse pause non-zero error outfit. We will use map error to change the error's outfit. By another toddler? Yes, please. Yes, please do. Are you saying that on what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you saying that on line 4, if there is an error, the function returns there? Because to me, the way I read this is like you're going to try to parse. Like to me, I guess I don't understand that this returns. Yes, that's exactly what happens. The eject button. Think of the question mark operator as an automatic reject button in a spaceship. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. That's so confusing. That's a bad. That is. I do not like that. So how do we so how do I write this without using the question mark? Because that seems stupid and confusing. An easy single character to miss when reading a function. I want it to be much clearer what my function is returning and when it is returning. Are you into gaming, Steven? Yeah, I like to game. I haven't done much gaming lately just because I've been making a lot of content and then I've been writing a lot of code. I've been working on a lot of different projects. I mostly like to play first-person shooter games, like think like Call of Duty, Battlefield, that sort of stuff, Fortnite. But if my kids want me to play with them, I'll play whatever they want me to play. Here's your function written without question mark and without map error on the first step. Okay, this is much more what I would like to do. But it is. But I understand why. I understand why people don't want to do that because it's uglier. Or it's more lines of code. It's not as succinct. But to me, this is far more clear of what's happening than that little question mark. In Rust, you'll see the question mark used almost everywhere by other developers. Huh. I don't know if I like that, Rustaceans. I don't think I like it. I think it's an L. I think the question mark operator is done. That's just a, that's not, I mean, that's really, that's, this is a self-indulgent opinion. It reduces noise for boilerplate. I don't know. I think it's it's the same thing when people write code like this. Right? Where they basically say not this variable and they use the bang operator. I don't like this. I think it's too easy to miss this when you're reading code. I far more prefer just doing an explicit comparison. Are you looking for false? Or are you looking for true? Just, you know. Or if this was like is true equals false, right? Like that would be, I just want it to be so in my face that I'm not gonna fuck it up. But that might be a skill issue on my part, right? Like somebody out there is like, Steven, stop being an idiot. Just read the code. Pay attention, dummy. I don't like it though. Ooh, generics. Here we go. Someone was asking about generics earlier. Here we go. We're getting into generics. Vec_t is generic over the type t. In most cases, the compiler is able to infer t, for example, after pushing a value with a concrete type to the vector. But in this exercise, the compiler needs some help through a type annotation. Fix the compiler error by annotating the type of the vector. Choose t as some integer type can be created from U8 or I8. Okay, I know how to do this because I had to do this in my own code. You add another set of this, and then you say U8. Oh, I have to do both. Then we want this one. Hold on, why? If this is unsigned, and this is signed, I guess I don't know then. Rust, what data type can represent an unsigned I and a U8 in I8. An 8-bit signed integer ranges from negative 128 to 127. Oh, okay. I see the flaw in my logic. Cool. Easy peasy. I think this is kind of confusing though because I think the only thing that's confusing about this is like this is typically what you use to get access to these methods. So it's not totally intuitive that you would use that to declare a generic. But what are you gonna do? Ops the Zambi. Hello, Ops the Zambi. I'm trying to learn Python. Where do I even start, bro? So my recommendation is always when it comes to people wanting to learn Python, is I always send people to this course. I'll link it in chat. I always send it to this course called Python for Everybody. It's taught by a professor at the University of Michigan. His name's Dr. Chuck, or I think he's still at the University of Michigan. Let's see, at Ops the Zambi. But you can take Python for Everybody on a bunch of different websites. You can take it on Coursera, Free Code Camp. I think there's one on edX. But I think it's a great place to start with Python, in my opinion. And I really I think I actually prefer, maybe even more than the course, I really like Dr. Chuck as like a teacher, as an instructor. He has like a very much Midwestern, down to earth, straightforward, practical way of teaching that is more about like the work of being a good developer and programmer and less of being like a computer scientist, which I like. Yeah, I like. Kirk's bro code. You're telling me to code? Kurtz, I'll if you don't pay my salary, you don't get to tell me what to do. Blackfire. It's a channel. Oh, bro code. You were make a recommendation. Bro code. I've never heard of it. Blackfire. Setting up Tree Sitter on Windows is weird. Really? Huh. My NeoVim story on Windows was pretty straightforward, aside for a couple plugins that I had to patch because they didn't handle path separators on Windows very well. That was about it.
Cheer 100.
Hey, thanks, Voltaire. I don't know why that alert showed up funny, but thank you very much, Voltaire. That was very nice of you. I think I just have to learn NeoVim. I'm just a noob at it. Well, you and me both, brother. I'm like 12 months in and I'm still a noob. Yeah, Windows sucks for NeoVim. Everyone's hating on my NeoVim. Busy Slim. It appears no more coffee before you code. Why? Why? Why no more coffee before you code? Always coffee before you code. Try spaces around the question mark. Can't you do like if is true directly? Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, butterscotch. That's what I meant. Like I would if the variable represented true or if it represented false by default, I would just use the variable. But if I needed to know the inverse of that variable, I wouldn't use the bang operator. I would just compare it to the value. Because I think the bang operator is just too easy to lose track of in code, in my opinion. But I know some people don't agree with me. Voltaire, nice. Now I control 0.005% of you. Yeah, unfortunately, we have a long way to go before content creation contributes anything to my salary. Orders of magnitude away. So that bit amount was so small that in the alert it just came through as 0. Okay, that makes sense. I thought there was something wrong with my alert, but it's just too small because I'm only showing 2 decimal points. But it's because of how some stupid compilation config on Windows, some packages are compiled using GCC, but it just breaks. I had to use Zig to compile it manually. Oh, that is painful. I guess I haven't run into that yet, but I haven't got too exotic with my NeoVim package usage. So I don't think I've run into that quite yet. But maybe one of these days. This powerful wrapper provides the ability to store a positive integer value. Rewrite it using a generic so that it supports wrapping any value. Adapt the struct's implementation to be generic over the wrapped value. Okay. I think I know how to do that. Assert equals. I think I can do this. So if I had to guess, I need to do something like this. Cannot find type T in this scope, not found in the scope. Okay, so this is how you declare on a struct. So how do you declare it here? Missing generics for a struct wrapper, expected 1 generic argument. You put it here. Okay. Missing generic. Struct defined here with 1 generic parameter. Okay, so how do I do Rust impl block with generic type? Oh, you put it on the impl keyword? Interesting. Does that mean I can take it off here? Do I have to have it there too? Nope, I have to have it there too. Okay, interesting. Let's do, whoops. Wrapper, new, and I guess we could do like, what's another data type? We have string, we have foo. Can we do a vec of type string? Doesn't implement standard format display. In format strings, you are able to use question mark for pretty print instead. Okay. So how do I fix this? In format strings, you may be able to use. Oh, I see. Doesn't implement format display. In format strings, you may be able to use required by this formatting parameter. So in order to print this, I need to implement something else. Okay. Well, I'm not going to get bogged down by that. Oh, I guess I could do dot value. There we go. Right? Huh. I'm surprised you can't just print a vector. Oh, you can. I was like, I'm surprised. Like, what? You can. Okay. It's just because I was trying to print my wrapper type. That's why it was saying. And then because then I wasn't using the question mark when I switched to printing the value. These exercises definitely get you used to reading the errors, right? You're forced to read the compiler errors, and you get better at deciphering what the errors are trying to communicate, which I think is a good exercise. Wow, battery goes down fast when you want to code. At least I can last a bit longer. What are you coding on? What are you coding on, Artwork Studios? Voltaire. I thought of the question mark operator the same as implicit return. I'm still on the fence about implicit return. Same reason, it hides control flow that it's easy to miss. I think if you change your color highlights and make questions big and red, that solves a lot of the visual problems with it. I suggested putting spaces around the question mark too, but if you use auto formatter, it would probably get removed. Yeah, and that's where I think if I was to actually write my own Rust code, I would probably use explicit returns. I don't care for the implicit return, but I'm trying to just kind of adopt to however the Rustaceans do things. But yeah, I'm not a fan of implicit things, or I'm not a fan of implicit control flow, I guess, because I do like inferred types, right? Like I do like type inference in the languages that support it. Like I use implicit typing in C#, but when I'm reading a method, I want it to be very clear on which lines the method or the function exits. I do not want to have to like stare at it to figure that out, right? I want it to be blatantly obvious, like screaming obvious. And that's just more of a self-preference thing. Butterscotch, that does not look good. Impl T, wrapper T. Yeah, it's kind of weird, huh? It's weird that the generic type parameter goes on the keyword. Hey, what's up? How should I say it? Estefanzo? Estefano. That's it. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard for me to separate which part of the word is your first versus your last name. Estefano. Good to see you, man. How are you? Thanks for being a member. I appreciate you. It's very kind of you. I still can't believe people actually are members of my YouTube channel. It's a very cool thing. And if you guys ever have ideas, if you're a member or you're a subscriber and you ever have ideas for content, I'm always open to your ideas. I might not make them, but I like to hear them. Roblox Studio super battery killing. So is Roblox Studio like an IDE for building Roblox mods? I sent the screenshot on coding in Discord. Oh, are you talking about the command website thing? Okay, thank you very much. Let's take a look. Thank you very much, Omanian, for doing that, man. Oh, yep. That'll do her. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's fix it. We'll do it live. Repositories. Oh, whoops, hold on. Sorry, you guys can't see. Ilmanian is helping me QA my site. So you found a little overflow bug there. So let's do gh repo clone. I think I called it commands. cd commands. And then let's do npx live server source. Don't need to do it right now. Oh, I don't mind. Might as well. Did you use only HTML and CS over the website? Yeah, pretty much. The only thing I did in JavaScript was the copy button handling and building each of the command cards. So the list of commands is rendered out using JavaScript, but everything else is just CSS and HTML. It's all vanilla. It's all vanilla stuff. Let's see. Sent back an error. 400 bad requests. Do I not have an index.html file there? What? Say what?
Did we just become best friends?
Thank you for the follow, Vivek. Appreciate that. I don't understand why. Looks like there's a problem with the site. What? I've never had this issue with live server before. Huh. That's weird. The same origin poly disallows reading the remote resource. Core's request, not HTTP. Huh. That's so weird. $400. Let's try it in a different browser. I don't know why. Oh, I wonder if something else is listening on 8080. I bet that's what it is. I bet I have something else. So how do I change live server to be a different port? Change live server port. Let's see, npm live server, change port. You would think it wouldn't start if there was something else listening. Yeah, there we go. So, okay. So real quick, we're taking a quick detour from Rust just to fix this responsiveness issue. So if this gets too small, things get wonky on the code blocks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make everything just wrap. Gonna make it all just wrap. Morning, Bob. Good to see you. You showed up for Rust, and we're in the middle of doing web dev stuff. We're gonna go back to Rust in just a second. I'm trying to fix this little layout style thing. So what we want to do is in our styles, we'll hop down to the command alias card. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say you can wrap flex. What is it? I think it's flex wrap, isn't it? So you can go below. And we don't want the code blocks to wrap at all. Where are we? Code, display flex. And I think we should set flex shrink to 0. And then we will also set this to flex wrap. So everything just gets to why aren't the blocks wrapping? Command alias aliases. That's what we're looking for. Here we go. We want this one. Flex, wrap. There we go. Now there's going to be, at some point, that code block is just going to, I'm not going to wrap the code block. That's just going to spill out. Or maybe it should overflow and just go ellipsis. We should just hide it. But if we hide it, then the button goes, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is there. Maybe text overflow ellipsis or something. Let's see what's overflow. Let's see what it looks like if we make overflow card. I mean, at some point, it's like the screen's so damn small, like who gives a shit, right? It's like, I don't know what you want from me when it's that small. Yeah, we'll just hide it. It's fine. It'll prevent the main page from overflowing, which I think is what we care about more than anything. Okay, cool. I think that's good enough. Thank you, Omanian, for calling that out, man. I appreciate that. I hope people find this as a useful resource as I stream more over the course of the year. Let's do git add fix address issue that Ilmanian reported with overflow issues. At that point, you just want to rotate 90 degrees. Yeah. Yeah. True that. That's a tiny ass screen, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. That's the one part about designing for the web that's kind of a pain, right? Like, is all the different screen size things. It is a pain for sure. All right. Back to Rustlings. Back to Rustlings we go. I wonder if my wife fell back asleep. If you weren't here earlier, my wife got kind of upset with me because I woke her up this morning. She hasn't texted me again. I'm guessing she fell back asleep. Good morning, Minister of Defense. Good to see you. We were supposed to, I don't know if any of you guys, Minister of Defense, you're in the United States, right? You're in Boston. So if you're in the United States, then you probably are aware that the Midwest and the South was supposed to get like hammered
Voltaire's
with.
puppet is reminding you to hydrate.
Thank you, Voltaire's puppet. I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll drink up here. We were supposed to get hammered with snow here in the Midwest. Like people, like you should have seen Walmart yesterday or Thursday when I went to the store. People were losing their minds, and we barely got anything. We barely got any snow. Very cold here today. 3 degrees feels like -10. It's very cold here as well, but we didn't get the snow that people were predicting. People were preparing for like a snowmageddon type scenario. The weather people had said we were supposed to get, I think, between 5 and 10 inches. And I don't even think we got an inch. 0 to 8. Like here's my backyard right now. I mean, it definitely looks cold out there, but it's yeah, it definitely looks cold out there, but it's that. I mean, that's not 5 inches or 10 inches or whatever. But I guess it's still coming down, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see, folks. Oh, you can pop that. That's kind of cool. I have to say I like the question mark better than exceptions. You at least have some way to see the air path. Okay, that's fair. That's a completely fair take. And I wish is that I wish that at some point the C# team would sit down and think of a way. Well, there is a package. So I did find a package that does this in C#. I don't know about JavaScript, but there's a package in C# that is called throws, where it provides an attribute. Let me see. Basically, I'll try to see if I can find it. But basically, there is a NuGet library. There is a NuGet package where you can annotate your methods or your functions in C# with an attribute that basically declares like I throw this particular thing, and then it will then allow the analyzers to tell you when you're not dealing with a particular exception that a method might throw. But I wish that was a language feature. I wish the C# team would implement some support so that you could opt into some sort of analyzer that will alert you, hey, this method could potentially throw these exception types, and you're not catching any of them. I don't know how difficult of a problem that would be to solve, but I understand why people don't like exceptions for that reason, because you just don't know, right? Unless you go and either read all the documentation for every method call you ever make, or you dig into the source code. So I understand that completely. Yeah. I get jealous of C# devs. So much tooling readily available. I use Zig and Go, and the ecosystem is a struggle. I hear the worst thing about Zig right now is that the documentation doesn't line up with the actual functionality, which seems very, very painful. I thought Go was pretty decent, although I didn't use many external packages in all the Go code that I wrote. In the in December and November of last year. But yeah, you guys know me. I'm a C# fanboy. C# fanboy over here. That's why I want to get. That's why I want to get back to it though. That's why I'm so eager to get through the Rust. The Rust learnings, so we can get back to C Sharp. JS supports throwing exceptions natively, if I understand what you mean. It does, yeah. So Duckboy, yeah, it does. And JavaScript is the same way. So JavaScript inherently uses exceptions for control flow or errors for control flow, like C Sharp does. And the biggest knock, and what Voltaire is saying is that, oh, I should update that, shouldn't I? I am working my way through the Rustlings exercises so I can one day claim to be a Rustacean. Yeah, so what we were talking about there, Duckboy, was basically we're saying that like in JavaScript, when you call a method, you never know what you don't know what that or you call a function, you don't know what it throws, right? Like you don't know if it's going to throw an error, is it just going to swallow it, is it going to, you know what I mean? You have no idea. So that a lot of developers don't like the mystery of that, which is why they like languages like Go or Rust, where the idiom is more of to explicitly handle error scenarios and return those as part of your function signature. This is kind of like Effect is doing this, and I don't know if you guys have seen this library Effect.ts. This has become kind of popular framework in JavaScript. They're kind of taking a similar approach to solving this issue where they basically they treat everything like a result, right? Same kind of concept where you basically have to define this effect produces an unknown thing and an error, right? Versus up here, you really have no idea that it's going to throw. Yeah, so that's the idea. And I understand that. I understand. But I also think there's some value to having. I also think there's some value to being able just to like exit a call stack and just immediately propagate to the top. Like, oh, something went really wrong. Like 100 method calls in. Just like escape hatch. Get me back. Get me out of here. I don't know. That's my opinion. I think there's a benefit in it, and then there's not a benefit in it. Luca Swas. Hey, what's up, Luca Swas? How are you, man? Good to see you. Or Lucas Was. Sorry. I think Kotlin. I like Kotlin rich errors. Not released yet, but looks good. Oh, interesting. Okay, I haven't written any Kotlin before. Basically gives you typed errors. Yeah. I just think if the language uses exceptions for control flow, all they need to do from a language feature perspective is they just need a way to allow you to be warned that you're not handling it. That's, you know what I mean? That's all that's all they need to really add. And I don't know if that is some sort of developer tooling or a language feature or what it is, but just some sort of static analysis that says, hey, this method you're calling has code paths that hit errors and you have no try catch around those errors. See you, Butterscotch. Have some good food. Come back and tell us what you ate. Because food sounds good right now. Lucas, I'm a C# and TypeScript dev. Hey, me too. Like-minded folk here. But my friend forced me to play around with Kotlin, and I really like it. Pretty much just a mix. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I've not done anything with Kotlin. Kotlin is the native language for building Android apps, right? That's what Kotlin is. Voltaire, that and mapping. Airflow is basically mapping. I can see. Yeah, I can see how you look at it that way. Yeah, for sure. All right, now we're gonna talk about traits. See you, Elmanian. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you hanging out on Twitch too, because it's kind of a ghost town over there. We're slowly building. We're slowly building. Hopefully, we'll have some more people show up on Twitch. Good morning, Danny. Good to see you. How are you doing, sir? The trait append bar has only one function implementing this trait, which appends bar to any object. Okay, so then we can just implement it here. So I think what we would do is we would do something like this, where we say self dot pushter, or maybe just self dot or self plus bar. Wants capital bar. Android is Java. Kotlin runs on the JVM, but is often used for mobile. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm super not familiar with that world at all. There's lots of programming worlds I just have no context of. Yo, I've been watching some of your shorts. I like your takes. Oh, thanks, Klaus. You're the second guy who stopped into the stream to say that. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for taking the time to stop in and leave a nice message. Danny, I had to learn Go for an upcoming backend role. How should I approach it? Or I have to learn Go. How should I approach it? Any advice? So the way I approached it was I used two resources. I used the basically I think what is the official Go dev tour. I think this is like kind of the official introduction to Go. So I used go.dev/tour was the first thing I did. And then the second thing I did, which I thought was even better, and some of the information is kind of duplicative, but this was the second resource I used, which is called Learn Go with Tess. And I thought this was awesome. This was really, really awesome. So those would be my recommendations. And then obviously I did a whole bunch of Advent of Code problems, and we built a couple small projects. I built a TUI. So that would be my recommendation, is go through those resources, and then maybe build a couple small projects. Maybe build a REST API. I built this this TUI application for doing tier rankings in the terminal, which was fun to do. It has like Vim-like navigation and stuff. So you can do like I don't know, what do we want to rank? Let's rank social media platforms. I don't know, Twitter, Facebook. So yeah, that would be my recommendation, is find something you enjoy and a problem you want to solve, and then try to solve it with your newfound language of Go. And obviously, hopefully, your job is going to present you with some challenges, right? So you can use those projects at work too. TUI? Yeah, TUI stands for Terminal User Interface. It basically just means instead of it being a console application where all the console application is read from standard in and write to standard in or standard error, right? Like you're just printing and reading lines. A TUI is more like an interactive terminal-based application. So if you're familiar with Claude Code, right? That's a TUI, or it's sort of like a TUI. Or OpenCode. OpenCode is a full-blown TUI. Or if you guys have ever checked out the terminal shop, right? This is a TUI. And this is like a really nice TUI. And this is actually a TUI that's being served by a custom SSH server that they built using. I think the library they used for that was called Wish. It's the same people that make Bubble Tea make the SSH library that they used. Oh wow, never heard of that. Yeah, it's very cool. They're fun. They're fun to build, but they're actually I think it's harder to build a TUI or a good TUI than it is to build a good web app in a lot of cases. It's actually kind of difficult. Voltaire, HJK movement for the win. Screw arrows and AWS. Yeah, I know. HJKL is the right way to go. I want Vim motions everywhere, all the time. Minister of Defense. I've been working with Go for 10 years professionally. Best advice, don't get clever, keep things simple. I feel like that's wonderful advice in general for software engineering or programming. Whenever you feel like you're trying to be clever, that way lies madness. Thanks, Stephen. Of course, yeah, Danny. I hope that's helpful. And then I would also, yeah. I was gonna. You already thanked him, but I was gonna say, what Minister of Defense says is probably more valuable than what I said. Raj, how did you set up NeoVim on Windows with LSP and autocomplete? So I just I did this like 12 months ago, and maybe I need to make a video setting it up from scratch again, like on a new machine. I think that might maybe that would be helpful for folks. But all I did was I just went to NeoVim and I just installed the Windows version of it. That's basically all I did. And then obviously started working through the configuration. Raj. And if you want my configuration, you can type !NeoVim in the chat, and one of my bots will respond to you with the links to my configs. But for me, it was really straightforward as far as getting NeoVim installed. But I understand if not everyone had a similar experience. Oh, maybe Max Dev Mastery. Maybe that's what I did was wingit install NeoVim. I can't remember which one I did. Let's see, wingit list. Do I have NeoVim installed through wingit? Oh, looks like my dog's down here. You guys want to see my dog? Opie, come here. Yeah, I mean, I would probably install it through Neo. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I try to install everything with wingit these days. So yeah, I would just use wingit. Opie, come here. Where did he go? I thought he was down here. He must have went back upstairs.
I'd like to say something.
Woof, woof. Meow.
I came back at the right time. I almost missed the Texas speech. He must be shy. Yeah, he ran away. He was down here. I heard him like rooting around back there, and then he also ran back upstairs. Today I'm planning to connect Copilot CLI to Azure DevOps MCP for getting ticket context plus browser MCP to get Chrome context. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a cool project. Ratatouille for Rust looks really good. Saw something about an option to make it output for the web too, which would be awesome. That's really cool. Someone else recommended Ratatouille in my Discord. They said it would be fun for me to build a TUI with that. Full automation. Nothing wrong with automation, man. Bring on the automation. Excuse me. I have the burps. Implement trait append bar for vector of strings. Append bar should push the string bar into the vector. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say impl append bar for a vec of string. Do we want to own string like this? And then this needs to return self.push bar. Now, what's that going to complain about? Expected string. Oh, yep. So this would be okay, and then this is probably oops. Okay. Cannot mutate immutable variable self. Cannot borrow self as mutable as it is not declared mutable. So then we can do mut like that. Cool. Thank you, Rust compiler, for all your help. Appending bar. Or hold on. Traits are like interfaces. I'm glad, Arworks, I'm glad things are not going poorly for you. I always love your messages like that. That's like you're basically reporting out loud how your progress is going. Oh, wow, I haven't screwed anything up yet. I respect it. I respect it. Let's see. Add a default implementation for licensing info so that implementers like the two structs below can share that default behavior without repeating the function. The default license information should be the string default license. Well, that's cool. You can do default implementations. That's really nice. So we will do string, oops, string from default license. Let's see. Print line. This is a noise feature. Took C# a bit to get default implementation and interfaces. Oh, I did not return the right string. This should be license. Raj, will you be shifting to Linux? I don't think so, man. I will at some point. Like I will. How do I say this? I will always be a user of Windows probably, unless they do something really insane, like turn the whole thing into a natural language interface. They just like Windows just becomes a text box. If they do something like that, then obviously I'm out. But I will probably remain a user of Windows for the foreseeable future. But I did tell chat that the next laptop I get, which will probably be a framework computer, hopefully, if all things go well, if I'm able to continue saving my monies. Uh, and that machine I'll set up as a Linux, and I'll use the laptop as a Linux daily driver. But I'll probably still stream. I'll probably still stream from my Windows machine. I'll probably just do a capture card, and I'll develop on stream off the Linux machine, off the Linux laptop. But I'll still stream from the Windows machine likely. That's the plan. Almighty WSL2 and use both. That's what I do. Nice. Yeah, I only use WSL2 really for doing Docker desktop. I haven't really gotten into the habit of using the actual Linux file system for actually doing stuff on the Linux side. I don't know why. I just haven't really gotten to that habit myself. In Driago. Last time I saw you, you was using .NET. What language are you using now? Yeah, I still much prefer C# and .NET and TypeScript. Those are TypeScript and C# are kind of my favorite languages. I love to work in those, but we've been taking some side quests the last 2 or 3 months. We did Go in November and December of 2025, and then about a week into January this year, we decided, well, what the heck? Let's just jump feet first into Rust. So that's where we are right now, and we're working through some Rust exercises called Rustlings. I guess it's a pretty well-known set of exercises for helping you learn Rust. Let's see, to do fix the compiler error. Fix the compiler error by changing the signature of this function. Software 1, software 2. Licensing info. Okay, I think what they want me to do here is they're just trying to drive home the point that I need to have this type be other software, and then this be some software. And this is upset Y. Expected other software found some software. Swap these arguments. Oh, whoops. The test down below is already telling me what should be what. This should be other, and this should be some. Oh, nope. It wants me to do... Maybe it wants me to do licensed? So how do I use a generic type parameter constrained by license T? You can also use an opaque type. Users won't be able to specify the type parameter, then comparing the function. Huh. So basically, I should be able to pass either type into this method signature in either order is what the tests are saying. So how do I do that? Oops. I don't know. I do not know. That's what we're here to figure out. I'm almost out of my coffee. So how do I default implementations? Okay. There we go. Using traits as parameters. Note that you know how to define and implement traits. We can explore how to use traits to define functions that accept many different types. We'll use the summary trait we implemented on the news article and social post types in listing 1013. Oh, my dog's here now. Obi, come here. How you doing? You want to say hi to chat? You say hi. Say hi, chat. You're on the stream. Little wiener doggy. Me and this guy used to go everywhere together, didn't we? Yeah. Now we just stay at home together. He's an old guy. He's an old guy. I'm an old man. Aren't you? You gonna make your bed? I'm gonna help him make a bed here. Oh, Opie. I think he thinks I'm gonna feed him. Whenever he wakes up this early, it's like he can't wait to get fed. He doesn't usually wake up this early. Well, this is a W stream, right? I mean, the dog made an appearance on stream. That's a win. He's a nice guy. He's a really good dog. Me and my wife have had pretty good luck with dogs. You just never know. Some dogs, you get dogs and they're fantastic. Like they can't do any wrong. And then some dogs, yeah, W indeed, W. Cute dog. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Yeah, he's a good dog. Let's see. The trait syntax works for straightforward cases, but is actually syntactic sugar for a longer form known as a trait bound. It looks like this. So I can either do it this way, or I can do it this way. Oh, he's back now. Yeah, no food yet, buddy. We'll feed you here in a little bit. Yeah, it's got another hour. Okay, I like this. Let's do this. So we do T licensed like this. And then we say we need a reference to T. Function defined here. Arguments to this function are incorrect. Expected a reference found struct. Does it always have to be a reference, or can I just pass T? Huh. I guess let me get this working, and then we'll see if... So I guess I can't use this approach. I have to do impl T. Okay, so I need to go back and read that part of the book again, because I guess I misunderstood how that works. Okay. I guess I misunderstood. Do we reconnect? Damn YouTube. Always trying to disconnect on me. Where's the T defined? That's, yeah, exactly. I had a mistake there. So this is using infiltrate is appropriate if we want this function to allow item 1 and item 2 to have different types, as long as both types implement summary. If we want to force both parameters to have the same type, however, we must use a trait bound like this. Okay. So this is if you had well, why would you do that though? I don't understand why you would do that. If you need them to be the same type, the generic type T specified as the type of item 1 and item 2 parameters constrains the function such that the concrete type of the value passed as argument item 1 and item 2 must be the same. Well, of course but like if they're the same, why would you put an interface here? I don't understand. They're the same type. Of course they're both going to have implemented summary. That doesn't make sense to me. No, the part I'm missing is the part you can't do what I was trying to do. So like if we walk this back to what I was trying to do, you can't do this. Right? Because what you're basically saying here is you're basically saying these two types, not only do they both have to implement licensed, but they have to be the same concrete type. Meaning they have to both be some software or they have to both be other software. Which to me doesn't make sense because if they have to be the same concrete type, then they obviously both satisfy the interface. Oh, so you're saying you do this? But I don't understand what's the benefit there? That doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see, licensed. To me, it seems kind of dumb. I'm sure there's some use case and some library code somewhere that makes it make sense, but to me, it's like I don't understand that. Because this is the short. Because this is essentially the longhand of that. This is the longhand of this almost. Oops. Impl. Sorry. Oh, and then we have to put references here. I wish there was like a code action for turning something into a reference. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, I learned that lesson very concretely. In most cases, just use and impl. That's the lesson I took away. Oh, I need to check if YouTube reconnected. Sorry. I don't think YouTube did. I think I have to restart SpeakerBot real quick. Or StreamerBot. Yes, disconnect StreamerBot. Bring streamer bot back. There we go. Sorry, YouTube chat got disconnected. Should be back now. Haven't been following along the past couple weeks. How have you been finding Rust? Like it more or less than Go and C Sharp? Why would you say your competency is in it so far? I would say my competency is like still beginner. Beginner. I would say I still like C Sharp more. I think I like Go currently more than Rust, but that's probably not a very meaningful statement at the moment. Rust definitely has a learning curve, and it also seems like async or concurrent or asynchronous code in Rust is painful to write. Those are my two takeaways so far with Rust. Is there's a learning curve and asynchronous code seems painful to write. So I still just want to be a C# developer. However, the understanding ownership in Rust has been, I think understanding ownership in Rust has made me a better developer. I will say that. Do we know if that was the right best answer for the last one? Oh, yeah, we can go look at the solution. Let's see. What was it? Traits. I think we were on 4. Yeah, 4. Let's see. So this says Impl licensed. Oh, it looks like we don't need the reference. But other than that, yeah, it looks like that's what they were after. Is this guy. They were after this. Which I guess should have been a clear indication because I had to change the tests. I shouldn't have had to change the tests to get that to pass. But yeah, that was what they wanted. It's interesting that they generate the solution once you solve the solution. It's kind of cool. Seems clear way to say TU anyway. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna eat some dinner. That sounds awesome. I got about 30 more minutes of stream, and then I might be able to get some breakfast. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, I'm gonna run upstairs and get some coffee. Right back. Coffee for me. Yeah, coffee sounds like a plan. All right, I'll meet you guys back here in like a couple minutes, maybe less. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. More Rustlings. Let's go. Just did a Gemini on that one? Did you really? Show an example of a Rust function taking two arguments using impl and using the generic syntax. It's worth looking at. Okay, cool. One sec. Let me paste this in here. I should have done the fast one, not the pro. Maybe Copilot better? Oh, Gemini's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Excuse me. Yeah. So this is how you would, I mean, this is much more like C# generics, you know? But see, the point that the Rust programming language was making, that doing it this way, right? This is the point the book was making, is that this enforces that A and B are the same concrete type, right? The thing I don't understand with this, though, is like, why would you ever need to do this? If yeah, why would you ever need to do that? Like, you want you only care about T being display, or you only care about T implementing display. Why do you care that the concrete types are the same? Seems redundant or unnecessary. Seems redundant or necessary to force them to be same concrete types. What am I missing? Maybe it can give me like a for instance, like this is why you do that. You're absolutely right. The only thing your function does is print / consume the values. Forcing them to be the same concrete type is indeed an arbitrary, unnecessary restriction. However, you need to force them to be the same type as soon as those two values need to interact with each other or exist in the same container. Here are 3 specific scenarios where forcing the same type is mandatory. Putting items into a collection. Okay. Running one or the other, or returning one or the other. Binary operations. Huh. So you're saying I can't declare a list of a trait type? Is that what you're saying? So you are saying that you can't declare a vec of a trait? Like you can't have vec display? I actually don't know if you can do that in... I actually don't know if you can you do that in C#? Can you have a list, an I enumerable of an interface? Look at me, I'm just Googling and Gemini. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you could. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder what the limitation is. A vec stores elements. Oh, here it is. Contiguously in memory, right next to each other. To do this efficiently, Rust must know exactly how many bytes every single item in the vec takes up, so it knows where the solution trait objects. To get around this, you must wrap the items in something that has a fixed, known size, a pointer. A pointer always has the same size, regardless of what it points to. We usually use a box, a smart pointer to the heap to achieve this. Ew. Which is what we learned about earlier. We talked about this earlier today when we were returning errors. Very interesting. And that's because of memory. That's because of how memory is laid out. Okay, that's cool. I feel like I got a little smarter today. Very interesting. Dude, it's kind of wicked. It's kind of wicked crazy how powerful that these LLMs are at answering your questions. Like you can sort through any confusion. You can learn anything. I mean, you always have to take them, like you always have to kind of treat them with skepticism, right? Like you got to basically always validate their answers, but it's pretty wicked how nice it is to get answers to your questions in a conversational form versus a bunch of links. It's so nice. The thing missing from that Gemini was the bit about turbofish. What's turbofish? Turbofish. That's probably don't mean that. Turbofish. In Rust is a syntax used to explicitly provide type generics to a generic function method or struct, typically when the compiler... Oh, we learned about this already. Is there something different you were trying to tell me about it? We learned about this earlier today. Ask for key differences between... Okay. Voltaire's directing my prompting. Okay, I'll do this last one and then I'm going to move off this. Okay? And then we're going to keep going forward. Here's the breakdown of the key difference between the generic form and impl trait. At a high level, impl trait is syntactic sugar for generics. It compiles down to the same thing, but it trades away power and control for brevity and readability. As we discussed previously, this is the most common functional difference. Okay. The turbofish limitation. This is a subtle but important technical limitation. If you use impl trait, the user of your function cannot explicitly tell the compiler what type to use. Oh, that's probably a good thing to know if you're a library author. Sometimes the compiler can't infer the type automatically. With generics, it works. Oh, that's good. That's a good thing to know if you're a library author for sure, because that would be very frustrating. Use it when you need to enforce relationships between arguments, return types, or when you anticipate the user need to manually specify the type. That's good to know. That was a good follow-up, man. W. Voltaire. W. Sorry, I'm the king of tangents. Oh, no worries. No, that was a very worthwhile tangent, man. That's good to know. I don't think I'll be writing much library code in Rust, but that's good to know. Good to be aware of that as a consumer. I was doing some vibe coding last night using new tools. They keep getting better and better. Yeah, it's pretty wild, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Everybody keeps saying that. I'm not a big vibe coder just because I don't enjoy it, but everybody who does it just keeps saying The LLMs get better and better. I would love to help. The only issue is I don't know Rust. You don't need to worry about helping, man. You just hang out and work on your Roblox game, and I'll hang out and work on Rustlings, and we'll have a nice stream, man. Just chilling and chatting. It's like a virtual coffee shop. That's what I'm trying to create with the stream, is like a virtual coffee shop. All right, fix the compiler error by only changing the signature of this function. Some func bool item some func item some other func some trait. So we have two different traits. We have a some trait and we have a other trait. And what are we trying to do here? We just want some func. We want some func to accept some struct and other struct. Well, it looks like they both implement both traits. So does it matter what I put here? Could I just do impl some trait and that would satisfy? Okay. No method named other function found for type impl. Oh, because we're calling different functions. So I basically need to say that it implements both. That's what I'm trying to express, is that it implements both traits. So how do I express that? That's got to be in the book somewhere. Multiple trait bound. Oh, here we go. Next section. We can also specify more than one trait bound. Say we want to notify to use display formatting as well as summarize. So that we say impl summary plus, so we do some trait plus other trait. Interesting. That could get very verbose. Yeah, that could get very. I wonder if there's a way to define a trait that's a combination of traits. Kind of like a union type in TypeScript. Can you define a trait that is multiple traits combined? David Bailey, if you're fluent in bullshit, it's exceptional. Oh, hold on, what? Hold on, sorry. I I'm catching up. 2026, the year Stephen Freeborn live streams replaces Stack Overflow. I don't even know, Russ. I'm here doing my thing. Listen to this guy from USA. Oh, nice. Well, that's cool, Siglar. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. I think it's at this point where vibe coding is starting to be a valuable skill to learn. It can be addictive. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's valuable in the sense it makes you uber productive, but I just don't care until my job is threatened by my lack of productivity. I don't really care to spend my time prompting. I just don't enjoy prompting. It's not a fun experience. We did a bunch of AI uh, implementation at work, and I did everything in my power to avoid becoming a full-time prompt engineer who just runs evaluations all day, which is where it was kind of heading, and I worked very hard to avoid it. I mean, it's not that I don't know, and that's the thing. Is like, it's not that I don't know how to prompt. It's not that I'm not good at it. It's not that I'm bad at it. It's like purely I just don't enjoy it. Right? It's like if I told you guys that, like, well, it's a really valuable skill to be able to squat 300 pounds and deadlift 500 pounds and bench press 400 pounds. Those are really valuable skills. It's really valuable to be strong. But if you hate lifting weights, right, like, it's just like fundamentally there's this it's it that that's the problem with the culture right now around software engineering, is like there's this fundamental thing where people are basically saying, well, if you want to do software engineering now, you have to do it this way, right? And it's like, okay, that's fine. And if that's the way the professional world goes, more power to people who enjoy it. But like, there are times in the world where professions can change so drastically that then you no longer want to do that profession, right? And so that's where I might be in that group of people who like software engineering changes so significantly that I no longer want to participate in that aspect or that profession. I'll still do it as a hobby. You know what I mean? Like I'm still gonna do it as a hobby, but I just maybe I can't get paid to do it anymore. Lars, you need generic. You need generic. You mean for the multiple traits? Oh, interesting. It can be verbose. That's where clauses comes in. Nice. Hey, tired up. Good to see you. Didn't know you were here. We're doing well. Also, Steven, how do you train your dog to not eat random stuff off the floor slash counter? I don't. My dog just eats random stuff off the floor. Dave Bailey, cheat code, two PCs, prompt engineer on one, hobby projects between LLM responses. Yeah, I mean, if that's, I mean, that's the thing is like, I think that's like, for people who are really excited about the way, like the use of these agentic tools, I feel like I want you guys to like kill it and have so much fun and make all the money and have the best careers ever, right? And I'll just be, I guess, rooting from someplace else. You know, like I'll be rooting from some other career that I've moved on to. We be trading. What's wrong with eating random stuff off the floor? That's the best part of having a dog, like a food Roomba. That's that is 100% how my wife uses our dog. Oh no, something fell on the floor. Opie, come here. Voltaire, as long as the coffee shop stays open. Yes, yes, this will stay open. The streams will stay around. Yeah, the streams will stay around. All right, what's this one about? The Rust compiler needs to know how to check whether supplied references are valid so that it can let the programmer know. Oh, we're talking about lifetimes, aren't we? Yeah, we're talking about. Okay, this is an important topic. This seems like a very important topic. There was a big discussion in my Discord the other day about this, so we should focus. This seems like equally as important as ownership. Fix the compiler error by updating the function signature. Let's actually go to the book and just read the book. If you got to drop because I'm gonna just read, that's fine. But I feel like this is worth, kind of like with ownership, of going through the book nitty gritty. Validating references with lifetimes. Steven 2150, welcome to the stream, everyone. Man, I wonder where all our first viewers went. Haven't seen them in 50 years. It's kind of wild to think I don't know, like, I honestly, I mean, who knows, right? Who knows with life if I'll be still streaming in
Did
20.
we just become best friends?
Happy, thanks for the follow. Who knows if I'll still be streaming in 20 years, but it would be kind of cool, like in, 10, 20 years to see how different life is and how different the stream is. And I mean, I would hope if I no longer just need to save for retirement, according to Elon Musk, and if software engineering is going to be fully automatable in 12 months, according to Dario Amodei, then I would hope in 10 years we can basically have like a virtual world where we have a legit virtual coffee shop that we can go to. Like that would be my hope. That like the streams would be significantly different. uh, I say that kind of facetiously because I don't really believe either of those fellas in their predictions, but that would be pretty baller. Well, when your streams stop, I will start streaming more often. But bro, you should start streaming now. Yeah, start streaming whenever you want, man. Don't wait for me. You do you, man. I can code up that world. You should. I mean, I just think there's a. I think if technology is really going to explode, if we're really gonna welcome in a technological renaissance, because of AI, then yeah, we should be able to have a real virtual coffee shop to hang out in the mornings. I do stream now. It's just I don't want to go. That's fair. Santosh, this was the toughest topic and still for me. Okay, well, you don't obviously you don't have to hang around, Satosh. But if I have questions, maybe you can help me get unconfused. All right, lifetimes are another kind of generic that we've already been using. Rather than ensuring that a type has the behavior we want, lifetimes ensure that references are valid as long as we need them to be. One detail we didn't discuss in the references and borrowing section in Chapter 4 is that every reference in Rust has a lifetime, which is the scope for which the reference is valid. Most of the time, lifetimes are implicit and inferred, just like most of the time types are inferred. We are only required to annotate types when multiple types are possible. In a similar way, we must annotate lifetimes when the lifetimes of references could be related in a few different ways. Rust requires us to annotate the relationships using generic lifetime parameters to ensure the actual references used at runtime will definitely be valid. So this is how we avoid the whole dangling references. Yeah, it's right here. Dangling references. Annotating lifetime is not even a concept most other programming languages have, so this is going to feel unfamiliar. Although we won't cover lifetimes in their entirety in this chapter, we'll discuss common ways you might encounter lifetime syntax so that you can get comfortable with the concept. Okay. The main aim of lifetimes is to prevent dangling references, which, if they were allowed to exist, would cause a program to reference data other than the data it's intended to reference. Consider the program in listing 1016, which has an outer scope and an inner scope. So this is the outer, and this is the inner. An attempt to use a reference whose value has gone out of scope. So R is... Oh, okay, so R has been assigned to a reference of X. X is initialized and declared in the inner scope. We now have exited the inner scope, so R now references a value that has gone out of scope. So the variable name exists now. At first glance, this might not appear to be in conflict with Rust having no null values. However, if we try to use a variable before giving it a value, we'll get a compile time error, which shows that indeed Rust does not allow null values. The outer scope declares a variable named R. The inner scope declares a variable named X. Inside the inner scope, we attempt to set the value of R as a reference to X. Then the inner scope ends. We attempt to print the value in R. This code won't compile because the value R is referring to has gone out of scope before we try to use it. Here is the error message. Borrowed value does not live long enough. The error message says that the variable X does not live long enough. The reason is that X will be out of scope when the inner scope ends on line 7. But R is still valid for the outer scope because its scope is larger. We say that it lives longer. If Rust allowed this code to work, R would be referencing memory that was deallocated when X went out of scope, and anything we tried to do with R wouldn't work correctly. So how does Rust determine that this code is invalid? It uses a borrow checker. Okay. The Rust compiler has a borrow checker. a borrow checker that compares scopes to determine whether all borrows are valid. Listing 1017 shows the same code as listing 1016, but with annotations showing the lifetimes of the variables. What? Oh, well, that's, get off the screen, crab. I was like, what? They were talking about multiple annotations, but I only saw one. That's because the other one was behind the crab. All right, easy enough. Okay, so here we've annotated the lifetime of R with apostrophe A and the lifetime of X with apostrophe B. As you can see, the inner apostrophe B block is much smaller than the outer. At compile time, Rust compares the size of two lifetimes and sees that R has a lifetime of A, but that it refers to memory with a lifetime of B. The program is rejected. B is shorter than A. The subject of the reference doesn't live as long. So is this arbitrary? These naming the A and the B, is that just arbitrary? We should do something like a site that allows you to host streams, but it's one person at a time. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. It's almost like, how do you have your own, like, how do you put your live stream on your own website? That would be kind of cool. I wonder how complicated that would be to implement. Like, if I wanted to host, like, if I wanted to not only have my stream on YouTube and Twitch, but if I also wanted people to be able to see my stream at, like, stream.stephenfreeborn.com, I wonder how hard that would be to implement. Now you kind of nerd sniped me. That's going to go into the ideas folder, because that seems like it would be technically challenging and interesting. Stream.stephenfreeborn.com. How difficult would it be to host a server and client? The server can receive video from Meld Studio. The server can send the video to the client. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where to start with that one. I'd have to do some research. But that would be a cool side project. Thank you for the idea. I'm gonna steal it. I like the way R is declared without and type info inferred from where it's used. Yeah, the type inference in Rust is pretty awesome. Okay, yeah, they're arbitrary. Anyway, Steven, you know the living tombstone? I don't know the living tombstone. Kurt got bored of waiting for machines in gym, so now I'm watching you instead. Oh, you're at the gym? Dude, that's awesome. I gym. I gym all the time. I go gym. Yeah, I go gym a lot. My gym's in my house, so I don't even have to wait for machines. The apostrophe is the important bit. Or choose, I sense a new project incoming. Yes, that will be fun. That would be a fun project. Almighty. On our website, we have our own stream that people can watch. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'd like to figure out how to build that. You should listen to his songs. Okay, Living Tombstone. All right, I haven't heard of that. What was the website that person recommended earlier for music? Oh, shoot. I forgot. I'll have to go back and read chat to figure it out. Someone recommended a new music website to me. Yeah, you can annotate those lifetimes whatever you want. Okay, thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. Kurtz, damn. Trust me, it'll bless your ears. Okay, cool. I'll take your word for it. Kurt's flexing. I want that too. Yeah, but I got lucky with the home gym because the home gym was a byproduct of opening a gym. And when we closed the gym, me and my co-owner, we just split all the like free weights and dumbbells and everything just down the middle. So I got kind of lucky in that sense. There's definitely things I'd like to add to my home gym. Like I'd like a lat pull down machine. I'd like a small cable station. I'd like a reverse 45. I'd like a reverse hyper machine, a glute ham raise. I don't even have room for all this stuff, but there's a lot of equipment that I'd like to get in the coming years. So hopefully I can make that happen. Listing 1018 fixes the code so that it doesn't have a dangling reference and it compiles without any error. So all they did was they just moved X into the same scope, right? Here, X has the lifetime B, which in this case is larger than A. This means R can reference X because Rust knows that reference in R will always be valid while X is valid. Okay. Now that you know where the lifetime of references are and how Rust analyzes lifetimes to ensure that references will always be valid, let's explore generic lifetimes in function parameters and return values. We will write a function that returns the longer of two string slices. This function will take two string slices and return a single string slice. After we've implemented the longest function, the code in listing 1019 should print the longest string A, B, C, D. Okay. A main function that calls the longest, okay. Note that we want the function to take string slices, which are references, rather than strings, because we don't want the longest function to take ownership of its parameters, okay. If we try to implement the longest function as shown in listing 1020, it won't compile. An implementation, instead we get the following error that talks about lifetimes. Expected named lifetime parameter. Help. This function's return type contains a borrowed value, but the signature does not say whether it is borrowed from X or Y. Oh, is this because so we're taking an X and Y and because they're the same type and our return type is the same type, it can't figure out? So this is where you have to declare they have the same lifetime or different lifetime. This help text reveals that the return type needs a generic lifetime parameter on it because Rust can't tell the difference, can't tell whether the reference being returned refers to X or Y. Actually, we don't know either because the if block in the body of this function returns a reference to X and the else block returns a reference to Y. When we're defining this function, we don't know the concrete values that will be passed into this function, so we don't know whether the if case or the else case will execute. We also don't know the concrete lifetimes of the references that we pass in, so we can't look at the scopes as we did in the listings to determine whether the reference we return will always be valid. The borrow checker can't determine this either because it doesn't know how the lifetimes of X and Y relate to the lifetime of the return value. To fix this error, we'll add generic lifetime parameters that define the relationship between the references so the borrow checker can perform its analysis. So this is basically, these annotations are basically us trying to provide the borrow checker with the necessary visibility to do its job. Lifetime annotations don't change how long any of the references live. Hold on, say that again. Lifetime annotations don't change how long any of the references live. Rather, they describe the relationships of the lifetimes of multiple references to each other without affecting the lifetimes. Okay, so we're not actually declaring the lifetime, we're declaring the relationship of the lifetimes. Just as functions can accept any type, when the signature specifies a generic type parameter, functions can accept references with any lifetime by specifying a generic lifetime parameter. Lifetime annotations have a slightly unusual syntax. The names of lifetime parameters must start with an apostrophe and are usually all lowercase, very short, like generic types. Most people use the name A for the first lifetime annotation. Okay. We place lifetime parameter annotations after the ampersand of a reference, using a space to separate the annotation from the reference's type. Okay, so this is a reference with an explicit lifetime, a mutable reference with an explicit lifetime. Okay, so hold on. Huh. So lifetimes don't so this is confusing. So lifetimes don't so your lifetime syntax doesn't actually change the lifetime of the reference. It just explicitly tells the borrow checker what we're talking about or what we're trying to communicate, how lifetimes relate to. That's confusing. That's confusing. Escape Peter Pan, never buy programming book? No, I bought a programming. I've only bought like one or two programming books in my life. Most of the learning I've done has always been on YouTube or the internet, either through like reading articles or watching tutorials. I haven't done a lot of learning from book reading myself. Also, nice username, Escape Peter Pan. So it's a way to make sure the caller follows how long things need to live for. Yeah, that's basically my perception was that like I was declaring the lifetime, but really I'm not really. I am declaring it, but I'm not determining it. Yeah, something like that. Bob, no lifetime say whatever you pass into this must live at least as long as X. It's up to you to figure it out. Interesting. Tired of actual real struggle begins with when lifetime bounds within where clauses. I love the complexity here. It's like one every time I encounter something that's confusing, chat's like, "Wait, you think this is confusing? Bet." And then there's like one more layer of confusingness above that. LOL, Steven should show us his workout routine. Yeah, I used to live stream my workouts, but I really cherish my workout time. And when I started live streaming my workouts, then I kind of resented live streaming the workouts because it was kind of my time to just do my thing and not talk to other people. So I stopped. No boilerplate. Just put out a video saying all programmers should do powerlifting, starting with just squat, deadlift, overhead press. Thoughts on that? I mean, there's nothing wrong with squat, deadlift, or overhead press. The thing is like if you don't lift weights at all, you can basically do anything, and you're gonna get results. You know, it's those beginner gains. It's the greatest thing in the world. You can do any program with just about bare minimum of intensity, and if you are an untrained individual, you're gonna see gains. So I don't, yeah. I say go, squat, deadlift, go for it. Overhead press, go for it. I do think squatting and deadlifting's interesting. As people get older, I think the risk to reward in the power lifts, especially when you're talking about going heavier, the risk to reward ratio as people get older kind of gets skewed. Like I still think you should probably know how to squat. You should probably be able to do a deadlift. You probably can do those lifts pretty regularly, maybe higher volume, less weight. But like going heavy probably doesn't make sense for a lot of people. It's just the risk is just not worth the payoff. Finally figured out how to get the Rust analyzed working with NeoVim. Nice! Way to go, Blackfire. That's a good feeling. No clue how it took me so long. Oh, no worries, man. It doesn't matter how long it takes you. You got it done. Go for it. Way to go, man. Claps all around. I used to powerlift many moons ago. Oh, nice. Was pulling 250 kg deadlifts. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's strong, dude. That's what? Well, that's more than 500 pounds. That's very strong. Yeah, that's very impressive. Also, Steven, I think the only big difference between regular dev and game dev is that in game dev, most of the time functions do stuff like move a block or unlocks a door, but regular functions usually return values. Uh, oh, so I guess what you're saying is like in game dev functions mutate a lot of state, is what you're saying. Artwork Studios. I haven't done much game devs, but that sounds correct. It seems like a lot of game dev is built around like having this monolithic piece of state that you're trying to manage in a loop. Lately, I've become a fan of kettlebells. Kettlebells are fun. I actually have a couple kettlebells in my office. I use those throughout the day to try to combat the forever onslaught of sitting in a chair for multiple hours. Kurtz, I feel you. Being old sucks. Only 20 years old. Well, I'm 32, and I think I'm at least in the last 5 years, my training has changed a lot in the last 5 years. Um, I like even now, like I'm just so much more focused on optimizing for longevity. Like I want to be strong and mobile for a really long time, you know? Like whenever my kids are older and my kids have kids, like I still want to be able to fall down on the floor and not worry about getting hurt. I want to be able to jump up and down. I want to, you know what I mean? I want to be mobile and strong and resilient for as long as I possibly can. And so most of my training is centered around that and less so about optimizing for like peak strength or peak hypertrophy, you know. Still go minimum 5 days a week. Yeah, I train every day, man. If I don't work out on it, if I don't work out at least once a day, I can always tell a difference. I can tell a difference in the way I feel mentally. So I guess I'm kind of addicted at this point. 250 kg, dang it. 250 kg is crazy. That's like super, super strong. Especially if we're talking somebody who weighs less than a couple 100 pounds. That's very, very strong. Sounds correct to me too. Either that or I'm doing bad practices. Laugh my ass off. Bob, wait, can you share your thought throughout the day kettlebell routine? Yeah, so basically I have these two kettlebells. Let me see if I can. I have two, well, my dog is sleeping down here. Oh, I can actually, let's go to the chat scene. See it. So I keep this kettlebell. This is a 45-pound kettlebell, and then there's another 45-pound kettlebell underneath this blanket where my dog is sleeping. I know it's a little blurry. Um, but I keep those throughout the day, and then like usually throughout the day, what I'll do is I'll do either a set of windmills, which if you've never done a windmill, it's basically like it's like an overhead press into like a hip hinge, but you actually like also rotate. I guess I can find a video of it. So I do those quite a bit, and then I like to do double front rack squats with my kettlebells throughout the day. YouTube. Did my keyboard just die? Yeah, so I do overhead presses, windmills, double kettlebell rack squats, goblet squats, bent over rows. And I don't really like have like a sophisticated routine. It's more about just getting up out of the chair and moving my body in multiple planes of movement when I've just been sitting in one plane for an extended period of time. That's really the big goal. Trying to focus my camera. I screwed up my trying to show off my kettlebells. I think that's focused. I can never tell. That's blurry. That looks focused. That looks good. Excuse me. The only exercise I do is walking. There's nothing wrong with that. Walking's great, man. Walking's great for you. Was thinking of getting 2 adjustable kettlebells. Yeah, that would be fine too. I've got 2 45s. I've got 1 70 and 2 25s. Is all the kettlebells I have. Kurtz, I don't know how you can do it, but I tried going to gym every day and couldn't recover properly. Well, I mean, you can train every day, but you've obviously got to like modulate your load and intensity, right? Your volume and your load. Like you can't go to the gym every day and like go for broke. That's not, yeah, that's not gonna work. What's a kettlebell? A kettlebell is basically it's like a dumbbell that has a ball and a handle on top of it. This is turning very much into this is what a kettlebell looks like. If you've never seen one. This is turning into Steven's show off his exercise equipment. I do upper lower. I do upper lower, then the reverse the next week. Yeah, that's not bad. Or we should. How much do you bench, Steven? I don't know. That's the thing. Like I haven't probably maxed on a lift in. Oh my gosh, it's probably been now 7 years probably since the last time I maxed on any lift. But like I can confidently go out in the gym and throw 315 on the bar and do it for a couple reps, right? So like I know that I have kind of like I kind of have like a intuitively have a sense of like here's the level of strength or here's the amount of weight for a given set of lifts that I never think twice about being able to do, and I just kind of try to maintain that, you know, and stay flexible and mobile, and that's kind of where my training's at the moment. No, not kg. No, 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 pounds. not k, not kg. If I could, man, shit, if I could bench press 315 kg, I don't think I'd need to be a software engineer anymore. Yeah, I could just go hang out with Eddie Hall and Bjorn and the Mountain and just yeah, 315 pounds. Yeah, sorry, I forget that not everybody's not all of us are on the imperial system by default. Dave Bailey, that would be the world record raw, wouldn't it? It'd probably be pretty dang close. I don't know what the let's see. World record raw bench press. It's got to be close to it. According to AI, Julius Maddox holds the current all-time raw, having lifted 355 kg. So it'd be close. 315 kg would be close. Wow, he just set that in 2021. Impressive. Yeah, I'd be in a whole different line of work. From Russ to Jim. Yeah, we've completely derailed, but I don't care. Bob Thor ripped his pec off trying to beat that world record. He did, which was really unfortunate that he got injured. You know what I mean? Like to me, that sucks. Like to me, I'd rather not go for world records and still be able to train than to push yourself to a limit to where you get injured like that. It's just to me, it's not worth not being able to train. I'd much rather stay like below like my peak, but still be able to show up in the gym and feel good and train every day. But I get it. Like he's a competitor, right? He was that's what he was trying to accomplish. He had something he wanted to try to accomplish. That dude is ginormous, though, huh? That'd be pretty scary to meet him in a bar or something one day. I think once I'm done with my book, I'll start the NeoVim stuff, as I do not want to have any hindrance as I'm nearly done. Awesome, dude. Well, I'm glad you're making progress. It feels good to make progress. I think Rust has been the slowest uptake I've had of a programming language, but I do feel myself getting more comfortable with it, Thor is gigantic and his wife is like a quarter of his size. Yeah, I follow them on Instagram. Or I follow him on Instagram, and he always has pictures of them comparing their size, and it's quite humorous, to say the least. I think I accidentally changed the angle of this camera. Dang it, I keep screwing with the focus ring. I want to get a new camera lens. This camera lens doesn't do autofocus very well, so I have to rely on manual focus. Otherwise, it'll just sit there and rack the whole time, which is kind of annoying. Fastest uptake is assembly? Really? Damn, I don't know about that. I feel like I'd be confused. I feel like if I'm confused with Rust, I'd be super confused with assembly. Let's see, the Rust compiler. Oh, hold on. We were reading. We weren't. I got completely distracted. All right, one lifetime annotation by itself doesn't have much meaning because the annotations are meant to tell Rust how generic lifetime parameters of multiple references relate to each other. Oh, okay. So this is kind of this is what we were talking about earlier, and kind of what Bob was saying. Bob I think said it the most understandable way. Before we got started about kettlebell routines. Whatever you pass into this must live at least as long as X. It's up to you to figure it out. So I think that's helpful. And then in context of here, right, it's saying, well, one lifetime's not really important because by adding the lifetime, you're not changing how long the references live. But the only reason you'd add it is so that you can communicate how it relates to something else. So it's kind of useless by itself. To use lifetime annotations in function signatures, we need to declare the generic lifetime parameters inside angle brackets between the function name and the parameter list, just as we did with generic type parameters. We want the signature to express the following constraint. Oh, this is a good way to think about it. What are we trying to express? I feel like this is also a really good thing to do when you're writing code anytime, is like, with your own words, clarify what it is you're trying to accomplish. What are you trying to express? And then translate that, right, to the machine code. The returned reference will be valid as long as both of the parameters are valid. This is the relationship between lifetimes of the parameters and the values. We'll name the lifetime A and then add it to each reference. So here's our generic lifetime parameter. And then what we want to say is okay, the return value will live as long as the parameters do. So in this case, that's what we're saying. We're basically tagging the parameters with that generic lifetime. And then we're also tagging the the return value with the generic lifetime. And so that's how we're set. Oh, whoops. I'm on this. Sorry. Whoopsies. I forgot I was on chat. That's my bad. Oh, you know what? I should add that as a command so that you guys can get my attention. I should add that as a command. Add a command so chat can yell at me if I'm on the wrong screen. But beware abuse. Set a timeout or cooldown. Period. Oh, I don't need to add txt to a txt file. All right. Kind of sad that stream is almost over. Well, at least today's weekend, so we can keep going a little longer. Oh, I should have. Damn it! I should have. Okay, we're gonna. I should have. You're right. I should have used that. So start over. Remove homework. Why is that taking so long to? Oh, it's probably having an issue talking to YouTube or something. cargo run. Not only are we using my own Notepad application, we're building it from source to use it. Dang, why is this hanging so bad? It's taking a long time to run. That was weird. Come on, come on. You can do it. Also, this really should be like v0.0.0. Man, these compile times are kind of nuts sometimes. Let's see. Don't forget, add a chat command so that chat can yell at me if I'm showing the wrong scene. I wonder if it does notes. Don't forget to set a cooldown or limit. Oh yeah, oh no, it treats it as a quote, so it doesn't do the note syntax. That's okay. It's not a big deal. Homework. So add a resume feature for open documents. Yeah, we need to add I want to add the ability to Zoe to do command line. So I want to be able to do like this and then pass in the just like Notepad does. I want to do something like that. Well, I haven't implemented that, but we should definitely implement support for something like that. Resuming would be cool too. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about resuming. Like just say persisting the tab even after when you close it or something. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Hey, what's up, Minecraft Wolfie? Hey, I haven't been here for a very long time. What is it about today? Oh, well, welcome back. We are currently on our Rust arc. We've currently taken a side quest down the Rust station. We've taken a we've taken a side quest down the Rust rabbit hole, and currently what we're doing right now is we're learning about lifetimes and how we use lifetimes to help the borrow checker figure out we're learning about how we use lifetimes to communicate to the borrow checker the relationships between things so that the borrow checker can properly do its job, is what we're learning. Tired of how do you manage to align the Rust book reading and exercises? It seems like they aren't in sync. Yes, and I've complained about that, Tired of. They don't do a good job, in my opinion, of connecting the dots or instructing you that like this exercise is trying to evaluate your knowledge of this section. What I've been doing is I've just been using the exercise titles and the README. So the README typically has links to like roughly what the exercises are covering. So I've been using this, and then I've also been using the names of the exercises to just go to the section in the book that seems to address that particular thing. Which it hasn't been perfect, but that's been my approach so far. Maybe that's something that the people who run the Rust org will improve over time. Bob, no more homework. Cache YouTube viewers so your prompt doesn't hang. It's supposed to. Oh my Posh is supposed to cache it. I have a value set in the Oh my Posh config. I think it's cached for like 30 seconds. I think. But it almost seems like the process is dying or failing or something, because like you can see right now it's not even there. So I'm not sure why sometimes it fails like that. And that time it worked. But Oh My Posh is supposed to take care of that stuff. I don't know why it's not. And it should. So like if I do clear now, it should be quick. Yeah, see, it's super quick now, but then whenever it fails to retrieve a value, I think it doesn't, it's not able to cache. Limited? Could be. Yeah, it could be. Uh-oh. Did my internet just drop? I think Twitch is down. Looks like YouTube is back up. Damn, why do I keep having internet problems? I had to close StreamerBot, that's why the chat disconnected. Man, the stream like hard crashed. Like hard crashed. Are we back? Yep, we're back on Twitch. And we're back on YouTube. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, that was my fault, Artwork Studios. My bad, man. But I don't get it using a good PC. I mean, I think it's a good PC. It's probably something with my internet. Because my router is all the way upstairs, and I have like a ginormous Ethernet cable that's run all the way down here. So I don't know if it's like the Ethernet cable is not very good or what, but Twitch like hard went down. I think Twitch started a whole new stream on my channel. Yeah, it started a whole new entry on my Twitch channel. That kind of sucks. I don't like the fact that now I have multiple VODs on there. That's okay. No biggie. Creator dashboard. Stream manager. Yeah, the stream went down. Sorry about that, Blackfire. It went down. I'm sorry, man. Did you say Ethernet cable? Yeah, Ethernet cable. Why not use a power line adapter instead of long ass Ethernet cable? I've seen those power line adapters. I haven't actually. I've just seen them on Linus Tech Tips. Does anybody have experience with those? Do those work pretty good? I use it. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. Do you have one you recommend? Oh, Voltaire, you gifted a tier 1 sub? Thank you, man. That's so kind of you. Depends on the wiring of your house. Oh, okay. Well, if you have one you recommend, I would be happy to get a recommendation. Voltaire, also thank you for the gifted sub. I guess I need to set up an alert for that. That's some homework I need to take home to Notepad, or sorry. Set up. I didn't think anyone would ever gift a sub on my on Twitch, but let's see. Set up gifted sub alert on Twitch, or first Twitch. We'll fix that. TP link power line adapter. Okay, I'm gonna I think it's too expensive. You think the power line adapter is too expensive? I'm gonna bookmark this thing. What was yours? TLPA 7017. This one. That's the one you used, isn't it? I'm just gonna actually just copy that link. You think that's better than a long Ethernet cord? Oh my goodness. What is all that gobbledygook? I just want the dang link. Anyways. CR Work Studios, have a good day, man. I'm doing a hackathon right now with where the main price is €1,600, but I have the same problem as always. I'm so far procrastinating. Any tips? I don't know. I think procrastination a lot of times is like, or at least in my life, procrastination usually, um, procrastination for me is usually a symptom of me wanting to do something perfectly or just right. Right? Like I basically have tricked myself into thinking that if I just wait for the right moment, or if I just think long enough about something, that I'll figure it out exactly how it's supposed to be. And I've realized that's largely a lie. Like the way you figure things out is you get started, and you solve one problem after another, and you iterate, and you screw things up, and you figure things out. And so for me, the trick is to recognize that procrastination is happening, and then in response to that, take action. That's my trick. Blackfire, my Twitch fixed itself. Nice, very cool. Kurt Kennedy, if you have an older home, then your router might go through the breaker, and if that's the case, then your connection will be bad. However, if you know that your outlet is on the same run, it's good. Okay, I'll have to try that. I honestly don't know. We just started renting this house in September, so I honestly don't know much about the home. So I have to do some investigation. Sweetcard, different between stack and heap. What do you understand? No pressure. Just asking if you could explain in better word. Difference between stack and heap, in terms of like what's stored where. Is that what you mean? For me, it's too expensive. Instead of that, router and cable are good. It's based on my country. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, totally fair. I honestly don't know if that's the problem. I don't know why. I could use the power line adapter and maybe I'd still be getting disconnected. I'm not sure why though. I occasionally have disconnects like that. Kurtz, I can only talk from my experience. I used long Ethernet cable and it wasn't as good as power line adapters. Okay. Yeah, I mean I won't know unless I experiment and try, so I think it's worth trying, right? Steven doesn't have a problem with procrastination, he just crushes it. Well, I do at times have a problem with procrastination, but I think I've at this point now, like I've dealt with that long enough over the course of, however long my life is that I've been aware of it, that now I've sort of built up this mental habit of like when I feel myself wanting to put a task off, respond with action. Same thing with anxiety. Whenever I feel that I'm anxious about something, I have a worry, I have a concern, that typically means that I need to take action against the thing I'm anxious about. Like life insurance was a big thing this year. Like I was having this sense of anxiety about like, what if I die? You know, my wife and kids, like, how do I make sure they're taken care of? And that is an impetus. That anxiety is an impetus. Like, you need to take action. You need to do something about that to relieve the anxiety. Action is typically the answer in a lot of cases. Sweetheart, yeah, kinda. How does it work? Like, I do know people say it's too complex or something, so I want to ask. I don't. So, Sweetheart, I don't know the the nitty gritty implementations of this of how stack and heap work. All I really know and all I really think about from my chair most of the time is small amounts of data that are short lived stored on the stack, larger, more complex data that's longer lived stored on the heap. Heap is heap in terms of performance is more expensive, particularly in garbage collected languages. The stack is less expensive in terms of performance. What else do I think about it? Yeah, I'm not that's basically as much as I think about those two concepts on a regular basis. I'm sure there's somebody who could teach like a whole university course on like how those things are actually implemented by the particular languages and runtimes you work with and all the nitty gritty details, but I honestly don't know. I would have to ask Gemini to give a better overview than what I just gave. There you go. I think Tired of just summed it up better than I could. Kirk, is it term life insurance? Yeah, I did term life insurance. So I'm kind of a Dave Ramsey guy. So Dave Ramsey was kind of the person who helped me sort my financial life initially, and then JL Collins has kind of helped me figure out what to do next. But yeah, it's a term life. Voltaire, I heard somewhere procrastination can be related to fear. I would agree with that, like for sure. I think the fear was a fear of things not being perfect, a fear of not doing things the right way. I think I still do that sometimes when I'm writing code, is I have this fear that I'm not doing things the optimal way. And so I spend way too much time looking for the right way instead of just doing it, right? Just implement it, get it working. Like, it may be slow, it may not be perfect, it may be ugly, but just do it, right? And I still have a bad habit of that where I'll spend 15 minutes searching around like, what is the best way to do XYZ in XYZ language? and and then and in those 15 minutes I could have just written the function, right? Or implemented the class or whatever. Good morning, Uncle Pee-wee. It is a nice snowy morning. Actually, let's check up on what it looks like outside. Last time I looked, it was snowing pretty good. Used anyone here anti-gravity from Google, because the Claude model hasn't worked for me for some time? I have not used anti-gravity. I have not myself. Let's see what it looks like outside. Oh, it's gonna make me log back in again? Dang. Sun's out. It's still coming down pretty good here. I'm installing Arch tomorrow. Nice. Go for it, man. Let's see. So when you're learning a new programming language, up to what extent will you go to be comfortable enough, and where do you usually go for learning? I have never seen you watch any YouTube tutorials. I don't do that on stream, but I've definitely, Sharon, had watched YouTube tutorials. I just haven't done it on stream very much. Usually, as far as like learning resources, I'll usually get that from usually from Google. Sharon, that's usually where I'll find it. Lately, chat has been recommending like the Go resources I use. That was chat recommendations. The Rust programming language book I found I don't really know how I found it. Probably heard about it in a video or saw it on a Twitter post or something. When I learn with any programming language, I'll probably go as far as like completing a couple tutorials and building a project. Right? That's probably will be as far as I go with any language that I don't really want to be my daily driver. So like with Rust, I'll probably finish the Rustlings and then I'll finish implementing that Notepad app and then I'll call it good. It's like that was my Rust side quest, and then I'll go on with my life. Kirk, the heap clang makes it way different than CLR or JVM. Usually you're going to find a tricolor sweeping GC, and it's more based around promoting generations, based around... Kirk obviously knows more about memory management than I will ever hope to. So I defer all future questions about memory to Kirk. People, like I have heard, like people saying the concept of heap and stack so deep and all those things, but all I know is different and how it works, so want to know things. I guess what I know is good. I think, yeah, I mean, I guess how much you know about any one concept kind of is determined by what you're trying to accomplish and what you're doing, right? But I'm sure if you wanted to, you could get like a PhD, right, in like memory management if you were really interested. What's that white stuff on the ground though? Is that how snow looks? Yeah, that's snow. Yeah, that was snow. Sorry. Yeah, this is snow. Well, I forgot that you're in Malaysia, aren't you, Art Studio? So you guys probably don't get any snow ever. Yeah, it's snow. What's the next side quest? Actually, I don't think we're gonna do any more side quests, honestly, Kurtz. I think we might do a few streams where we kind of do some tangentially related things, but after we get done with Rust, I'm gonna go pretty heads down on some projects. I think I'm gonna the first project I'm gonna tackle is building a personal finance app to replace YNAB. I use a piece of software called You Need a Budget, and I pay $15 a month for it, and I just don't need all the bells and whistles. So I'm gonna replace that with my own tool. That will probably take a couple months, I'm guessing. And
Did we just
that'll
become best
that'll be the
friends?
next thing. Gaffa, thank you for following the channel. Appreciate you. See you, Sweetcar. Have a good day, man. Cold Fusion doesn't have memory managed it. It just OOMs because you breathed on it. Yeah, I don't have any experience with the Cold Fusion. Let's see. The first question about memory is: do you remember how you remember? And if you did, would you forget? Do you remember how you remember? And if you did, would you forget? No, I don't remember how I remember. I live in Austria, and we had 30 centimeters of snow, or even more recently. I didn't measure it accurately. Oh, very cool. I would love to visit Austria sometime. Good morning, crew. Good to see you. All right, Rustlings. Come to Vienna. I would love to visit Austria. Yeah, I would love to. There's so many places I like to visit. Travel's just so expensive, man. Especially for a family of four, right? A family of four on one person's income is just, it doesn't scale very well. One person trying to make money for four people doesn't scale. Good morning, FE911. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by the stream again. Appreciate you. If Steven could, he would have visited the entire world by now, trying out all the cool... Oh man, travel would be a blast. Yes, it can be rough. This is why God invented child labor. That's so dark and twisty. A family that lives in the Midwest, it's half the budget just getting to a coast. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yeah. It really is unbelievable, the cost of flights, and then you got to add up your accommodations, and it balloons very quickly. Might be time to go out for milk. Really? Well, I went to the store already, and it was nuts. Child labor is the solution to everything. Well, I mean, I've told my kids that, like, they're gonna have to 18. They're gonna have their life figured out. They're also gonna. I think both my kids, once they start driving, I'll do the same thing my parents did to me, where if you want to drive, you have to be responsible for your own car insurance and your own gas. Like me and my wife will probably furnish them a vehicle, but they will be responsible for the maintenance and the insurance and the gas and stuff. So they'll have to work at some point. 15, 16, they'll have to get jobs. We've got multiple Austrians in the chat. I think so. That's what I'm picking up on. I don't think Steven gets the joke. The child labor joke? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, the milk joke? No, I don't get it. I don't get it. What an innocent soul. I don't think anyone's ever referred to me as an innocent soul, but I will take that. Oh, I get now. Now I get the joke. I get the joke. Thank you, Almighty. I get the joke. Thank you for explicitly explaining it to my dumbass. It was a good joke. It's a good joke. It went over my head. All right, remember, when we specify the lifetime parameters in this function signature, we're not changing the lifetimes of any values passed in or returned. So this was a huge misconception I had. Huge misconception I had. So that's good. Voltaire, I think my parents got it half right. They got me a savings account early. Sadly, the employment agency sucked. Yeah, we've got savings for our kiddos. Maybe it's going to be an interesting world for my kids, like this whole AI thing. So 10 years. So my oldest kid is 9. So according to like Dario Amodei and Elon and all these guys' predictions, basically my kids should enter the work world, or should come of working age when supposedly we should all have UPI, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not sure how I'm gonna advise them to navigate the future. Ubi and WorldCoin. Did any of y'all, we talked about this the other day, but there's probably a larger group of people here, or a different group of people here than were here the other day. Did you guys watch the latest episode of the stand up where they talked about Sam Altman's WorldCoin thing? What is UBI? Universal Basic Income. This like idea that there won't be a need for jobs anymore, so people will have to governments, or I guess companies. I don't know exactly who's going to provide the universal basic income. They will have to provide like some like fundamental level of money to their citizens. What's the best way to find this video? The Prime Magin? Yeah. Yes, this video you got. This thing is pretty funny. It reads like if you go and listen to this presentation or this podcast episode, you should watch this. It's really funny. My line of work will always be here, I think. Well, that's good. I used to want to become a programmer, but now that AI is coming more and more, I think I'm going to become a prompt engineer or something. Nice. Go for it, man. Yeah. UBI's problem is it misses the work element to keep the mind and body active. Yeah, it's just kind of a whole new paradigm of a world. I don't know if I really am a believer that we're actually going to end up there anytime soon, but it's kind of an interesting thought experiment. Uncle PB, are you using TJ method of identifying yourself? Ah, yeah, you can scan a few different things. Let's see. I'm learning for fun. I feel I'll end up looking for something in networking or systems. Yeah, I mean, I think still the best advice is to pursue work that you're passionate about and enjoy, and people are willing to pay you for. You know, I think the more you can find an overlap between those things, the better. I don't see AI or robots installing windows on homes or doing the plumbing in a house. Oh, for sure. Yeah, those that stuff's going to be the last. Like actually automating the physical world is going to be the last of things to go. And I still am. I'm still very skeptical about automating. I'm still very skeptical about automating the thinking world, like the white collar jobs. I mean, so many CEOs. I don't know about you guys, but so many CEOs are out in these interviews and they're talking like it's a foregone conclusion that we can automate all these jobs. And I have no doubt that engineers can solve any problem. And I don't just mean like software engineers, I mean like mechanical engineers, civil engineers, just engineers in general. That's what they do. They solve problems. But if the story of how automation in factories has played out is similar to how the automation in offices or like with the white collar world plays out, I think we're going to find out that there's a very long last mile problem here, just like there was in the factories. Like, still today, there's a lot of shit done in factories that's still manual because we can't figure out how a way to automate it in a cost effective and efficient manner. I think we're going to find the same thing out about trying to apply large language models or whatever form of machine learning models come next to white collar jobs. I think we're going to find that like closing the gap of being like 80% as good to like 99.9% as good is going to be very difficult to achieve. Wait for the Tesla bot to come, then you can just go on the. Oh, sorry, your message got cut off. Kurtz, I hope this AI bubble will blow up soon. Yeah, I hope it blows up just so I can start investing more money in buying more buying more stock at lower prices because right now it's very expensive to invest in the stock market. When it can fold my laundry and put up, I'll buy it. Yeah, exactly. When it can do my dishes, cook me a meal, and take care of my laundry, I am all in. Kirk, oh yeah, I'm a Dave Ramsey fan as well, but I think he's out of touch when it comes to some things. However, if people don't know where to start, he's a great doorway into finances. Oh, totally agree, Kirk. I think the thing I love about Dave Ramsey is he's very focused on money is a psychology problem. And I couldn't agree more with that. I don't think people's money problems are a math issue. It's a psychology issue. And so you have to first solve that before you can do anything more sophisticated. So that's why I think Dave Ramsey is still such a good entry point for a lot of people. But yeah, like his advice on like a 15-year mortgage, I understand why he recommends that. I understand all the principles, but it's obviously that's a very difficult thing to execute on. Never using any credit cards ever. That's also kind of a wishy-washy thing that he says very hard line, but I'm kind of wishy-washy on it. But yeah, he's good. I think he offers a really good point of view for like the majority of folks to start with. Wagafa, have you tried actual budget? 10-minute cooldown on follow to chat. Sorry. Oh, no worries. About replacing YNAB. It's not the best replacement, but it's a replacement. I have not. Actual budget? Does it cost money? Actual budget? Does it cost money? Actual budget is a super fast, privacy focused app. Oh, somebody did recommend this. Yeah. But the problem with this is they don't connect to your bank accounts though, right? Hold on, why is my
I like to say something.
Some beatbox? Sure thing.
You be sassy.
I think they. You broken it. Somehow you broke the text.
When NN mounted key amen N
Sounds like a steak and a big shit.
in enemy in
Yeah, so this was so someone else had recommended this to me, and I think the one thing I was missing on this was how do I connect this to see actual built-in support for bank syncing using Go Cardless and SimpleFin. Oh, they do have some way to connect. Actual bank does not sync bank data automatically. To fetch new transactions, to sync all accounts, click all accounts in sidebar, then click bank sync. Oh, interesting. SimpleFin bridge. Okay, I'll have to check this out. I didn't think this had a way to connect my accounts, but I'll have to give this a go. Because I don't need all the bells and whistles that YNAB offers. I wonder, let's see. I wonder if SimpleFin can connect to all. I wonder who they connect to. Oh, you have to pay for them. Oh, okay. So you can use actual open source, but then you have to pay for the SimpleFin access. Let's see, who do you support? Enter part of your institution's name. Let me see if it's supports. Sorry, I know this is completely unrelated to Rust, but now I'm curious. Oh, they don't do. Oh, that's a big no-no. They don't connect to one of the biggest bank accounts that I need it to connect to. They do connect to Vanguard though. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna put this on my list. I'm gonna put this to my list of things. I think I'm still gonna end up building my own for the funsies, but thank you very much for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. But it's also fun to create your own app. What I dislike about Actual is their keyboard shortcuts and general UI tabbing. So I think then maybe what I can do is use Actual as kind of inspiration. You know, I think that's still funsies to build your own app, but I think I should look at some existing solutions, right, for inspiration. What I want to build is like super simple, right? Like I just want to see all the balances of all my accounts in one place. I want to be able to track my net worth over time. I want to be able to ingest all the transactions from my accounts, and I want to be able to categorize them. That's really like it, right? It's like that's all I need. And right now I'm accomplishing that with YNAB, but it's a very like I use YNAB to ingest the transactions, then I export the transactions to another piece of software, and then I categorize it, and then I upload the transaction data. And it's just a big, huge rigmarole that I just don't. I know it can be a better experience, and I know how to code. So it's like, why not make it better, you know? And that, my dear friends, is the longest German word. I don't even know how you say that German word. I wonder if SpeakerBot can say that German word.
Rindfleisch-Etikettierungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetze.
That sounded German. I don't know if it was correct, but it sounded German. I didn't know that. I didn't know that 11 lab voices could speak different languages. I like hearing text to speech break. It's very text to speech is the best part of the stream. It's the best part. Yeah, it's the best part for sure. Okay. So it wasn't wrong, but it was really funny. Nice. Okay, rather, we're specifying that the borrow checker could reject any values that don't adhere to these constraints. Note that the largest function doesn't need to know exactly how long x and y will live, only that some scope can be substituted for a. That will satisfy the signature. When annotating lifetimes and functions...
TTS test. Peter's prattling parrot proudly practiced proper purple pirouettes, but promptly puzzled the patient public by politely popping peppered popcorn, rapidly rattling rusty rockets, rhythmically reciting ridiculous regulations regarding rubber.
Oh my goodness. Was that... I didn't see the alert. Was that Bob? Yeah, it was Bob. It was Bob on the my grounds for support website. Oh my goodness. That's so fucking funny. Thank you, Bob, for the dono. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the text to speech even more. It's come a hell of a way from robo voices in the 90s. It's actually very impressive. Yeah, it's very
Uncle
impressive.
Pee-wee is reminding you to hydrate.
Bob is the text to speech guy. He is the text to speech guy. And I appreciate him very much. Denying that coffee. You did. You interrupted the coffee drink. I was headed for a sip of caffeine, and instead I got a sip of water. All right, I'm officially out of coffee, and it's 8:15. So I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish this exercise on lifetimes, and then probably wrap up for the day. All right, so let's see. How much longer do we have? We have quite a bit of reading left. Oh my goodness. Never mind. We're not going to finish this today. Holy shit. That's like another 2 chapters. Where are we? Where were we? We're right here. I wish I could put like a bookmark or something. Just remember this. This is what we're looking for. Lifetime bookmark. All right, let's see if I can do this exercise though with the information I have now. So this is the exact problem they talked about in the book. So what we need to do is we need to add a generic lifetime parameter, right? Oops. A. And then we have to add that to our annotation. Like this. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to be doing a quiz. I wasn't even supposed to go on to lifetime. Whoopsies. I was supposed to be doing a quiz. Whoopsies. All right, let's do the quiz. That's hilarious. I just spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out lifetime, and I was supposed to be answering a quiz. Surely we can complete all of the Rustlings in one day, right? I'm sure some psycho out there has done it. Bob, no, Notepad bad. I need to get in that habit of. Well, what I need to do, Bob, what I should do is I should just compile a version of Cargo as it sits now, or not Cargo of Zoe, and just use that. Like add that to my path and just keep using that until we make it better, right? Like, yeah, delete Notepad and get rid of get rid of Notepad. That's what I should do. Because the reason why I'm not using shoot, you scared me.
I was gonna ask you to help me if he's on the computer.
Yeah.
I was trying to get onto Steam on my account,
Huh?
and it said no internet connection, so I couldn't.
On the upstairs?
Yeah, upstairs.
Okay, yeah, I'll finish this and I'll come right up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I gotta go do some tech support, so I'm gonna try to finish this this quiz right quick. Simple cargo install locked path. Okay. Yeah. Cargo install dash locked dash path period. Oh, that was that was actually my oldest son. He was trying to do something with Steam, and I guess it won't let him in. So I got to go help him. Okay, I'm drinking that like to the very bottom. There's nothing left in that cup. This is the Rust compile time you guys were talking about. Steam at 8 a.m. Has that replaced Saturday morning cartoons? Yeah, I guess so. Pretty much. I mean, my kids pretty much game for their entertainment for the most part. A lot of Fortnite mods in our house. A lot of Arc Raiders. This is the infamous Rust compile time. Seems like some of the crates take longer to compile than others, huh? Come on. I guess while we wait for this to do that, we can work on the quiz. Let's see. Adjust the struct as described above. Dang, this is crazy. I guess it's the first time compiled in release mode. Yeah, for sure it's the first time I've done that. Yeah, for sure it's the first time I've done that. I'm 21 and Saturday morning cartoons haven't been a thing since I was like 8. Nice. Let's see. An imaginary magical school has a new report card in Rust. Currently, the system only supports. Only supports creating report cards where the student's grade is represented numerically. However, the school also issues alphabetical grades and needs to be able to print both types of report card. Make the necessary code changes in the struct report card and the impl block to support alphabetical report cards in addition to numerical ones. Okay, this is going to have to wait till tomorrow because I told him I'd go up there and help him. And that's going to take me longer than a minute. We're almost done, though. We're almost done compiling. Oh, and it installed it there. So did that automatically add it? Oh, I see. So that's automatically in my path now. So if I go, so EAE. Oh, that's awesome. Let's go. That's killer, man. That's W, Bob, W. That's such an easy way to install stuff using Cargo. I need to figure out, though, how you install these apps without Cargo. Right? Because, like, I want to be able to have people be able to install it with, like, Wingit or whatever, so I need to figure that out. But that's super easy to install stuff using the Rust toolchain. Very cool. Okay, cool. Let's go. All right, guys. I'm gonna run upstairs and take care of the tech support that my kid requested. I'm gonna go handle the ticket that just came in. I'll be live again tomorrow. If you're new here, you can always come back and hang out on stream. The best place to find us is live on YouTube or Twitch from 7:15 to about 7 a.m. Central Standard Time each morning. So I'll be around. And then if you want to hang out outside of stream, the best place to find us is on Discord. And I put the link in the chat as well. So I put the schedule and the link in the chat for your reference. The link is super easy. It's just discord.stephenfreeborn.com. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. All right. Who's here? Almighty. Almighty, have a good day. Bob, you have a good day. Uncle Pee-wee, I'll see ya. Artwork Studios, have fun building. Voltaire, thank you for all your help. Appreciate your help with all the Rust explanations. Chakurtz or Kurtz, thanks for hanging out, man. This was a long stream. You spent almost the whole time here. Appreciate you. Wagafa, thanks for the recommendation on the open source finance tool. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, I think that's everybody that's here. Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good day. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys.